Today, it's going to be the ultimate photographic iceberg. I've divided this video into 3 sections and time-stamped it so you can watch all 3 or skip to any specific genre of photos you like. The first section will start off easy with iconic photos. After that, we'll look at last photos with disturbing backstories. And then finally, we'll get into the cursed creepypasta photos. So without wasting any further time, let's begin the video. Our first photo is called Bliss. You might know it better as the Windows XP wallpaper. Originally titled Bucolic Green Hills, it became the default wallpaper for Microsoft's Windows XP system. Remarkably, the image is virtually unedited. What you see, the green hills, blue sky, and white clouds, is almost exactly as captured. The photo depicts the Los Carneros American viticultural area in California's wine country. Photographer Charles O'Rear took the photo in 1996 and sold the rights to Microsoft in 2000. It is estimated to be one of the most viewed images in history, with billions of views. Given the widespread use of Windows XP, this claim seems quite believable. Windows XP had a significant impact, staying in use for many years. Even today, some businesses still operate on Windows XP. It's more commonly seen than its successor, Windows Vista, which didn't achieve the same level of popularity. The iconic Bliss image undoubtedly contributes to the lasting cultural footprint of Windows XP. Our next image is called the Blue Marble. This iconic photo holds significant cultural importance and may be familiar to many as a wallpaper option on early iPhone models, such as the iPhone 3G or 3GS. There's a memorable commercial where a hand navigates through an iPhone lock screen, and the blue marble or a similar image is featured as the wallpaper. The photo was taken on December 7, 1972, from about 18,000 miles away from Earth by the crew of the Apollo 17 spacecraft on its way to the moon. The blue marble captures an astonishing view of the Earth, essentially photographing everyone on the planet except for those in space. This image has become one of the most reproduced in history, competing with other iconic images for the title of the most viewed or most reproduced. The blue marble not only represents a significant achievement in space exploration, but also serves as a powerful reminder of Earth's beauty and fragility. Our next image is called Earthrise. This iconic photograph captures the Earth rising over the moon's horizon, presenting a view of half the Earth from a vast distance, beautifully illuminated by the sun. Earthrise was taken by astronaut William Anders on December 24, 1968, during the Apollo 8 mission. Anders used a highly modified Hasselblad 500 EL camera with an electric drive to capture this stunning image. The photo, which shows the Earth's vibrant colors against the stark monochromatic lunar surface, has become one of the most iconic and powerful images of our planet. Our next image is called the Pale Blue Dot. This iconic photograph of planet Earth was taken on February 14, 1990 by the Voyager 1 space probe from a record distance of about 6 billion kilometers, 3.7 billion miles from Earth. It was part of the Family Portrait series of images of the solar system. In the photograph, Earth's apparent size is less than a pixel, appearing as a tiny dot against the vastness of space, among bands of sunlight reflected on the camera. This image emphasizes the smallness and fragility of our planet in the grand scale of the universe. Voyager 1, having completed its primary mission and on its way out of the solar system, was commanded by NASA to turn its camera around and take one last photograph of Earth at the request of astronomer and author Carl Sagan. He eloquently expressed the profound, humbling realization that comes from seeing Earth as just a tiny speck in the vast cosmos, highlighting our shared humanity and the importance of caring for our planet. Carl Sagan's reflections on this image are often quoted and have become a powerful reminder of our place in the universe. Our next photo is VJ Day in Times Square. This photograph, taken by Alfred Eisenstadt, is a culturally significant image that captures a U.S. Navy sailor embracing and kissing a total stranger, a dental assistant, on Victory over Japan Day, VJ Day, in New York City's Times Square on August 14, 1945. The photograph was published a week later in Life magazine among many photographs of celebrations around the United States. It was presented in a 12-page section entitled Victory Celebrations, where it was given a full-page display, highlighting its importance. The image perfectly encapsulates the spontaneous joy and relief felt by millions at the end of World War II. Its iconic status is reinforced by its frequent reproduction and references in popular media, including cartoons, movies, and TV shows like The Simpsons. This continual presence in the cultural zeitgeist has cemented the photo as a symbol of exuberance and the collective celebration of peace. Eisenstedt's photograph not only captures a moment in time, but also embodies the profound emotions of an entire generation, making it a timeless piece of history. Our next image is called Afghan Girl, a 1984 photographic portrait of Sharbat Gula, an Afghan refugee in Pakistan during the Soviet-Afghan War. The photograph was taken by American photojournalist Steve McCurry near the Pakistani city of Peshawar and famously appeared on the June 1985 cover of National Geographic. Initially, the identity of the portrait's subject remained unknown until Gula, an ethnic Pashtun from Afghanistan's Nangarhar province, was identified in early 2002. She was a 12-year-old child residing in Pakistan's Nasir Bagh refugee camp at the time. The portrait has been described as the first world's third world Mona Lisa, referencing Leonardo da Vinci's 16th century painting. Gula's image became emblematic in some social circles as the archetypal refugee girl, deserving of Western compassion and a symbol of Afghanistan to the West. This critique highlights how the photo has been perceived as both a powerful representation of human struggle and a simplification of complex geopolitical issues. Our next image is called Migrant Mother, taken in 1936 in Nipomo, California, by photographer Dorothea Lange. This photo has become an iconic representation of the Great Depression and is considered a classic in American art and international photography. The photograph depicts a mother gazing into the distance with two of her children at her sides and an infant in her lap. The children's faces are obscured as they bury them into their mother's shoulders, which draws the viewer's focus solely to the mother's anxious expression. This intentional composition by Lange eliminates the possibility of competing expressions and directs attention to the mother's face, which powerfully conveys the struggles and resilience of many during the Great Depression. The black and white photograph, approximately the size of a sheet of North American printer paper, has been preserved in the Museum of Modern Art. Raising the flag on Iwo Jima. The iconic photograph of the American flag being raised on Iwo Jima symbolizes one of the final moments of the battle on the island during World War II. This battle was part of the U.S. strategy to capture key islands and eventually target Japan's mainland. The image became a powerful piece of propaganda, symbolizing bravery, honor, and patriotism, as it marked the first time the American flag was hoisted on Japanese soil. Our next photograph is The Pillars of Creation, an awe-inspiring image taken in space. This photo, though centered around the visual spectacle, is also steeped in fascinating scientific details about its formation. The pillars of creation are composed of cool molecular hydrogen and dust, shaped and eroded by photoevaporation from ultraviolet light emitted by nearby hot stars. The leftmost pillar spans about 4 light-years in length, a measurement that underscores its immense size by using time as a distance unit. The finger-like protrusions at the top of the clouds, which are larger than our solar system, become visible due to the shadows cast by evaporating gaseous globules. These eggs are stellar nurseries, incubating new stars that eventually emerge and cause further evaporation of the surrounding gas. The photograph was taken by the Hubble Space Telescope, capturing these elephant trunks of interstellar gas and dust in the Eagle Nebula. The name Pillars of Creation reflects the dual process of star formation and the erosion of gas and dust by the light from recently formed nearby stars. Our next photograph is Tank Man, captured at the northeast edge of Tiananmen Square along Chang'an Avenue shortly after noon on June 5, 1989. This was the day after the Chinese government's violent crackdown on the Tiananmen Square protests. Tank Man is the iconic figure of a lone protester who stood in the middle of the wide avenue, directly in the path of a column of approaching Type 59 tanks. Stuart Franklin, who was on assignment for Time magazine, recounted that shots were fired as the tanks proceeded down the road away from Tiananmen Square until they were blocked by this solitary figure. The man, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, held 2 shopping bags, As the tanks tried to maneuver around him, he repeatedly stepped into their path, demonstrating nonviolent resistance. The lead tank attempted to drive around him several times, but he persistently blocked its way, ultimately causing the tank to halt and turn off its engine, followed by the other tanks. The man then climbed onto the hull of the lead tank, stopping briefly at the driver's hatch before appearing to converse with a crew member at the gunner's hatch. After this brief interaction, he climbed down, and the tanks restarted their engines. However, the man again positioned himself in front of the lead tank, re-establishing the standoff. Little is publicly known about the identity of the man or the commander of the lead tank. Shortly after the incident, British tabloid Sunday Express named the man as Wang Weilan, a 19-year-old student who was allegedly charged with political hooliganism and attempting to subvert members of the People's Liberation Army. However, this claim has been rejected by internal Chinese Communist Party documents, which reported that they could not locate the man. Our next photo is Buzz Aldrin, photographed by Neil Armstrong during the Apollo 11 mission. This historic mission, which took place from July 16th to July 24th, 1969, was the first time humans landed on the moon. Commander Neil Armstrong and Lunar Module pilot Buzz Aldrin landed the Apollo Lunar Module Eagle on the moon on July 20th, 1969. Armstrong became the first person to step onto the moon's surface 6 hours and 39 minutes later, on July 21st, at around 2:56 UTC. Aldrin joined him 19 minutes later, and together they spent approximately 2¼ hours exploring the site, which they named Tranquility Base upon landing. During their time on the moon, Armstrong and Aldrin collected 47.5 pounds of lunar material to bring back to Earth. Meanwhile, pilot Michael Collins flew the command module Columbia in lunar orbit. The entire mission on the moon's surface lasted for 21 hours and 36 minutes before the lunar module lifted off to rejoin Columbia. This photo of Aldrin, taken by Armstrong, is iconic and symbolizes one of humanity's greatest achievements. It's fascinating to consider that this image captures a moment from the first time humans ever set foot on another celestial body. The next entry is about the falling man, a photograph that comes with a content warning due to its graphic nature. This powerful and controversial image was taken by Associated Press photographer Richard Drew on September 11, 2001. It depicts an unidentified man falling from the North Tower of the World Trade Center during the attacks in New York City. The man, trapped in the upper floors, either fell while trying to find safety or jumped to escape the fire and smoke. The photograph was taken at exactly 9:41 a.m. on that tragic day. Initially, the image sparked widespread criticism when it was published in international media shortly after the attacks. Many viewers found it disturbing, cold-blooded, and ghoulish. However, over the years, the falling man has gained recognition and is now regarded as a masterpiece of photojournalism. It is considered one of the most significant and important pieces of art in the 21st century. The next photograph, known as the last photograph of Omaira Sanchez, is accompanied by a content warning due to the tragic and dark nature of the story behind it. Omaira Sanchez Garzón was a 13-year-old Colombian girl who lost her life in the aftermath of the 1985 eruption of the Nevado del Ruiz volcano. The eruption caused volcanic debris to mix with ice, forming massive lahars, destructive mud flows, landslides, and debris flows that surged into the river valleys below the mountain. These lahars killed more than 25,000 people and obliterated the town of Armero, along with 13 other villages. After a lahar demolished her home, Sanchez was trapped beneath the debris, submerged in water for 3 days. Despite the rescue workers' best efforts, they were unable to save her, as her legs were hopelessly pinned and medical teams lacked the necessary equipment to perform an amputation. Her plight was documented as she bravely endured the ordeal, gradually moving from calmness to agony. Sanchez's courage and dignity touched journalists and relief workers, who did their utmost to comfort her during her final hours. Omaira Sanchez's death drew international attention, highlighting the tragic failures of local officials to respond adequately to the volcanic threat, contrasted with the heroic efforts of volunteer rescue workers who struggled with insufficient supplies and equipment. A photograph of Sanchez, taken by photojournalist Frank Fournier shortly before she died, was published in news outlets worldwide and later awarded the World Press Photo of the Year for 1986. Despite her dire situation, Sanchez remained remarkably positive. She sang with Germán Santamaría Barragán, a journalist working as a volunteer, asked for sweet food, drank soda, and even agreed to be interviewed. At times she was scared and prayed or cried. On the third night, she began hallucinating, expressing concern about being late for school and a math exam. As her condition worsened, her eyes reddened, her face swelled, and her hands whitened. At one point, she selflessly asked the rescuers to leave her so they could rest. Ultimately, the workers returned with a pump in a desperate attempt to save her, but her legs were bent under the concrete as if kneeling, making it impossible to free her without severing them. Lacking the surgical equipment necessary to perform a safe amputation, the doctors present agreed that it was more humane to let her pass away peacefully. Omaira Sanchez suffered for nearly 3 nights, enduring around 60 hours of agony before passing away at approximately 10:05 a.m. on November 16th, likely due to gangrene or hypothermia. The Hindenburg disaster was a tragic airship accident that took place on May 6, 1937, in Manchester Township, New Jersey, USA. The German passenger airship LZ-129 Hindenburg caught fire and was destroyed while attempting to dock with its mooring mast at Naval Air Station Lakehurst. The disaster resulted in 35 fatalities, including 13 passengers and 22 crew members from the 97 people on board, which consisted of 36 passengers and 61 crew members. Additionally, 1 person on the ground also lost their life. The catastrophe was widely covered in newsreels, photographs, and the famous recorded radio eyewitness report by Herbert Morrison, which was broadcast the following day. Several theories have been proposed to explain both the ignition source and the initial fuel for the fire. The extensive media coverage and the horrific nature of the event shattered public confidence in large passenger-carrying rigid airships, effectively marking the end of the airship era. It's understandable why this disaster had such a profound impact on public perception. Into the Jaws of Death. Into the Jaws of Death is a renowned photograph from World War II, taken on June 6, 1944, during the D-Day landings. This historic event saw American, British, Canadian, and Allied forces storm the beaches of Nazi-occupied Europe, marking the first successful assault on this front in years. The photo captures the daunting sight of Omaha Beach, littered with German defenses like bunkers, mines, and machine guns. The image serves as a somber reminder of the immense sacrifices made, as many soldiers never made it out of the water. Abbey Road. The Abbey Road photograph graces the cover of the Beatles' iconic album of the same name. The image shows the 4 band members walking across a zebra crossing on Abbey Road in London. Though simple, this photo has become a symbol of the band and is instantly recognizable worldwide. While it is merely an album cover, it holds a special place in music history and pop culture. The Instagram egg. The Instagram egg is a seemingly simple image of an egg that holds the record for being the most liked photo on Instagram, and indeed any media platform in history. Posted by the account @WorldRecordEgg, the photo aimed to break the record for the most liked post on Instagram and succeeded spectacularly. Beyond just setting a record, the campaign also sought to raise awareness about mental health issues. Bernie Sanders' inauguration meme. During the presidential inauguration of 2021, where Joe Biden was sworn in as President of the United States, Bernie Sanders, a well-known American politician, became an unexpected meme sensation. Dressed warmly in a parka and oversized mittens, Sanders' practical attire for the cold January day caught the public's imagination. Despite the significance of the event, the image of Sanders sitting alone, bundled up, and looking unamused quickly became more famous than the ceremony itself, circulating widely across social media. Lunch atop a skyscraper is an iconic photograph taken during the construction of the RCA building, now known as the GE building, at Rockefeller Center in New York City. Captured by Charles C. Ebbets on September 20, 1932, the image depicts 11 ironworkers casually eating lunch, chatting, and even smoking while seated on a girder with their feet dangling 840 feet above the city streets. The photograph was staged as part of a promotional campaign for the new skyscraper, yet it vividly captures the fearless and nonchalant attitude of the workers who built the city's skyline during the Great Depression. Despite the apparent danger, the men seem relaxed and at ease, showcasing their bravery and the camaraderie among the workforce. The Situation Room is the title of an iconic photograph taken by White House photographer Pete Souza. The image was captured at 4:05 p.m. on May 1, 2011, in the White House Situation Room. It depicts then-President Barack Obama and his national security team receiving live updates on Operation Neptune Spear, the mission that resulted in the death of Osama bin Laden, the leader of Al-Qaeda. Pete Souza provided some context for this photograph in an interview with Time magazine in late 2012. He explained that the White House Situation Room consists of several conference rooms. Usually, the president holds meetings in a large conference room with assigned seating. However, for monitoring this critical mission, the team moved into a much smaller conference room. President Obama chose to sit next to Brigadier General Marshall B. Brad Webb, Assistant Commanding General of Joint Special Operations Command, who was the primary point of communication during the operation. Other team members stood at the back of the room due to the limited space. Souza, cramped in a corner of the room with little room to maneuver, took approximately 100 photographs during the mission. One notable aspect of the image is that a classified document, visible in front of then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, has been obscured for security reasons. Guerrillero Heroico, or Heroic Guerrilla Fighter, is an iconic photograph of Che Guevara, a revolutionary Marxist figure. Guevara played a significant role in spreading communist revolutions throughout Latin America, achieving various successes. Though known for his ruthless tactics, he has become a symbol of communist and anti-establishment movements worldwide. The image has been widely reproduced, often in stylized forms, and remains a powerful representation of rebellion and revolution. The iconic image of Bruce McCandless captures a historic moment in space exploration, the first untethered spacewalk. Born Byron Willis McCandless on June 8, 1937, McCandless was a United States Navy officer, aviator, electrical engineer, and NASA astronaut. This remarkable photograph was taken during his mission on February 7, 1984, using the Manned Maneuvering Unit, MMU. In the image, McCandless floats freely in the vastness of space, untethered from any spacecraft, showcasing both the incredible advancements in space technology and the bravery required for such a mission. The MMU, a nitrogen-propelled backpack, allowed him to move in space without being connected to the shuttle. This moment marked a significant milestone, demonstrating the potential for astronauts to conduct repairs and other tasks in space without the need for tethers. Black Power Salute at the 1968 Olympics. During the medal ceremony at the 1968 Olympic Games in Mexico City, athletes Tommy Smith and John Carlos made a powerful statement by raising their fists in a Black Power salute while the U.S. national anthem played. Smith and Carlos, who won gold and bronze medals respectively, stood on the podium facing the U.S. flag with their heads bowed and fists raised. All three medalists, including Australian silver medalist Peter Norman, wore human rights badges. While the raised fists have since become a symbol of Black Power, the gesture was originally intended to symbolize a broader call for human rights. The Brown Lady of Raynham Hall. The Brown Lady of Raynham Hall is a famous ghost photograph taken at Raynham Hall in Norfolk, England. The image allegedly captures a spectral figure descending a staircase, believed to be the ghost of Lady Dorothy Walpole. This ghost story has become a well-known part of local lore, and some claim that visitors to Raynham Hall can still encounter the spirit. However, like many ghost stories, its authenticity remains a topic of debate. Golden Record Pictures. The Voyager Golden Records, carried by the Voyager 1 and 2 spacecraft, contain images and sounds intended to represent Earth and humanity to any extraterrestrial life that might find them. Launched into space, these records serve as a time capsule detailing human life, culture, and the diversity of our planet. They include pictures of people, animals, plants, and various aspects of life on Earth. If these records are ever discovered by intelligent alien life, they would offer a glimpse into our existence and convey a message of who we are. Dewey defeats Truman. Dewey defeats Truman is a famously incorrect headline printed by the Chicago Daily Tribune on November 3, 1948. The banner declared Thomas E. Dewey the winner of the U.S. presidential election, but in reality, President Harry S. Truman won. The next day, Truman was famously photographed holding the newspaper, smiling at the erroneous headline, a moment that has since become iconic. The Woman with the Handbag. This Swedish photograph, known as The Woman with the Handbag, captures a woman striking a neo-Nazi skinhead with her purse during a demonstration. The image has come to symbolize resistance against fascism in Europe. However, it's important to note that the woman involved, despite being Jewish and opposing fascism, later expressed regret over the incident. Her actions were not driven by a sense of heroism, but rather influenced by her mental state at the time. Raising the Soviet flag over the Reichstag. The photograph of Soviet soldiers raising their flag over the Reichstag in Berlin is one of the most iconic images symbolizing the end of World War II in Europe. Taken in May 1945, this image represents the fall of Nazi Germany and the triumph of Soviet forces. For many Russians, it is a powerful symbol of patriotism and the end of fascism in Europe. Marina Ginesta. The photograph of Marina Ginesta, a young woman standing with a rifle during the Spanish Civil War, is one of the war's most famous images. Taken in 1936, Ginesta was a French immigrant of Spanish descent, just 17 years old at the time. The photo has become a lasting symbol of the Spanish left and anti-fascist movements. The Boulevard du Temple photograph, taken by Louis Daguerre in 1838 or 1839, is one of the earliest known daguerreotypes. While the image appears to depict a deserted Parisian street, it is widely considered the first photograph to include a human figure. The person visible in the lower left corner is a man having his shoes shined, an incidental yet historic moment captured in one of photography's earliest days. Monolith, the Face of Half Dome. Monolith, the Face of Half Dome is a famous photograph taken at Yosemite National Park in California, capturing the dramatic face of Half Dome, a notable granite formation. This image is more than just a picture of a rock. It represents one of the first instances where photography was used to convey emotion and environmental consciousness. The photo has become a visual symbol for the environmental movement, highlighting the beauty and grandeur of nature. Kent State shooting. The Kent State shooting occurred on May 4, 1970, when the Ohio National Guard opened fire on students protesting the expansion of the Vietnam War into Cambodia. The tragic event took place at Kent State University and resulted in the deaths of 4 students and injuries to 9 others. This incident shocked the nation and became a significant moment in the anti-war movement, symbolizing the deep divisions and unrest of the era. Hubble Deep Field. The Hubble Deep Field is a collection of images taken by the Hubble Space Telescope, capturing a small region in the constellation Ursa Major. These photographs reveal a glimpse into the distant universe, showcasing around 3,000 galaxies, many of which are billions of years old. The HDF images provide a breathtaking view of the cosmos, highlighting the vastness and diversity of galaxies far beyond our own Milky Way. Crying Jordan meme. The Crying Jordan meme originated from a photograph taken during Michael Jordan's Basketball Hall of Fame induction speech in 2009, where he was visibly emotional. However, the image only became a widely popular meme in 2014, often used to represent moments of disappointment or sadness. The meme has since become an enduring part of internet culture. Windmill fire tragedy. In 2009, a tragic incident occurred in the Netherlands when 2 engineers were trapped atop a windmill that caught fire. With no escape route available due to the blaze blocking the stairs, the men faced a dire choice: jump or succumb to the flames. Sadly, one of the engineers fell to his death, while the other was later found in the wreckage. This harrowing event is a somber reminder of the dangers faced by workers in hazardous situations. Piss Christ. is a controversial art piece by Andres Serrano depicting a crucifix submerged in a glass tank filled with the artist's urine. The artwork has sparked intense debate, with some praising it for its bold commentary on the crucifixion's raw reality, while others have condemned it as blasphemous. The piece was intended to highlight the physical suffering and indignities endured by Christ during his crucifixion. The Day the Earth Smiled. The Day the Earth Smiled is a photograph taken by NASA's Cassini spacecraft during an eclipse of the Sun in 2013. The image captures Saturn, its rings, and Earth as a tiny, distant dot. This photograph offers a rare perspective, showing our planet as a small, pale speck in the vastness of space, evoking a sense of unity and the fragility of our world. The Loch Ness Monster, affectionately known as Nessie, is one of the most iconic creatures in folklore, rivaling Bigfoot in fame. The most famous evidence of Nessie's existence is the surgeon's photograph, which was later proven to be a hoax. Despite the debunking, the image still fuels the legend and speculation about the creature's existence. The assassination of Lee Harvey Oswald. On November 24, 1963, Lee Harvey Oswald, the accused assassin of President John F. Kennedy, was shot and killed by Jack Ruby. The event was captured live on television and in a now iconic photograph. Oswald was being transferred from a Dallas jail when Ruby, a nightclub owner, shot him in apparent retaliation for Kennedy's murder and the killing of police officer J.D. The photograph captures the raw emotions of the moment, with Oswald's shocked expression, the stunned reaction of the escorting officers, and the chaos of the scene. St. Paul survives. Taken during the night raid of December 29 to 30th, 1940, during the London Blitz, this photograph shows St. Paul's Cathedral standing resilient amidst the devastation. The image, which captures the cathedral surrounded by smoke, fire, and rubble, became a powerful symbol of British endurance and determination during World War II. The Auschwitz Album. The Auschwitz Album is a haunting photographic record of the Holocaust during World War II. Among its many tragic images, one of the most poignant shows Hungarian Jews arriving at Auschwitz, with the infamous camp structures visible in the background. This image encapsulates the horror and inhumanity of the Holocaust, depicting the grim reality faced by countless victims as they were sent to their deaths. The execution of a Vietnamese soldier. This harrowing image captures the execution of a North Vietnamese soldier by a South Vietnamese general during the Vietnam War. The incident occurred in Saigon and was captured by an American photographer. The photograph shows the brutal reality of the conflict, with the soldier being executed in the street. The Valley of the Shadow of Death. This photograph, taken during the Crimean War, shows a desolate valley littered with cannonballs. The area was heavily shelled and became a site of many deaths, particularly among British soldiers. The image, captured by English photographer Roger Fenton, was one of the earliest attempts to document the grim realities of war through photography. The Solvay Conference. The Solvay Conference is a prestigious gathering of the world's leading physicists and chemists, first held in 1911. The photograph from the 1927 conference is particularly famous, featuring some of the greatest minds in science, including Albert Einstein, Niels Bohr, and Erwin Schrödinger. These conferences have been crucial in addressing fundamental questions in physics and chemistry. The elephant's foot. The elephant's foot is a highly radioactive mass of corium and other materials that formed beneath the Chernobyl nuclear reactor during the 1986 disaster. Located under Reactor 4, it remains one of the most radioactive objects in the world. While its radioactivity has decreased over time, it was once extremely dangerous due to the decay of the radioactive material. The Shell Shock Soldier. This poignant photograph depicts a soldier suffering from shell shock, now known as PTSD, during World War I. The war was a brutal experience for many soldiers, exposing them to gas attacks, trench warfare, and relentless machine gun fire. The term shell shock was used to describe the psychological trauma that many soldiers endured during the conflict. The Omagh Bombing. The Omagh bombing occurred on August 15, 1998, in Omagh, County Tyrone, Northern Ireland. The Real IRA, a splinter group opposed to the peace process, planted the car bomb that killed 29 people and injured over 200. A photograph taken moments before the explosion shows a father and child near the bomb. Miraculously, they survived, but the attack remains one of the deadliest incidents during the Troubles. Blanche Monnier. Blanche Monnier, also known as La Séquestrée de Poitiers, was a French woman confined to a small room by her mother for 25 years. Discovered by police in a horrific state, Monnier had been kept in darkness and squalor, never seeing sunlight throughout her captivity. Her story became a symbol of unimaginable cruelty and neglect. Combat. Combat is a striking black-and-white photograph from 1942, showing a Soviet military officer armed with a pistol rallying his men for an attack against the Germans. Despite knowing the time and general location, the identity of the officer remains uncertain. Some believe it to be junior officer Alexei Yeremenko, who reportedly died on the same day the photo was taken. This image is a powerful symbol of Soviet patriotism used in both Russia and Ukraine. Bitterroot Forest Fire. This iconic photograph captures a pair of mountain elks standing in a river, seeking refuge from a raging forest fire in Montana's Bitterroot Forest. The image, celebrated for its portrayal of nature's power and resilience, has been featured by NASA and Time magazine, highlighting the delicate balance of life on Earth. Solway Firth Spaceman. In this eerie photograph taken by Jim Templeton, a mysterious figure resembling a spaceman appears behind his daughter. Though it looks like there were only 2 people in the field, it's believed that the spaceman is actually Templeton's wife, accidentally captured in the background. The image sparked various theories, but the most plausible explanation remains that it was an accidental inclusion of his wife in the shot. First scanned photo. This seemingly ordinary image of a baby holds historical significance as the first ever scanned photograph. Taken in 1957 by a team led by Russell A. Kirsch, the photo shows Kirsch's infant son. Using an early wire photo drum scanner, they digitized the image, marking a significant milestone in the history of digital imaging. Fountain, created by Marcel Duchamp in 1917, is a controversial piece of art that consists of a porcelain urinal signed Mutt. The artwork challenged traditional notions of art, sparking debates about what constitutes art and anti-art. Frame 313. Frame 313 of the Zapruder film is one of the most infamous frames in history, capturing the exact moment of President John F. Kennedy's assassination in Dallas, Texas. This frame shows the fatal shot's impact, making it a critical piece of evidence in the investigation and a haunting reminder of the tragic event. John Quincy Adams. John Quincy Adams, the 6th President of the United States, is notably one of the first U.S. presidents to be photographed. The image represents an important historical milestone in the evolution of photography and presidential documentation. While Adams may not be as well known today, his photograph marks the beginning of a tradition in American history. Dancing Man is an iconic Australian photograph akin to the famous VJ Day in Times Square image. It depicts a man joyously dancing in the streets, celebrating the end of World War II. This photograph is a significant cultural symbol in Australia, capturing the country's relief and happiness at the war's conclusion. Robert Budd Dwyer. Robert Budd Dwyer was a Pennsylvania politician who tragically took his own life during a press conference on January 22, 1987. The event was captured on both film and in photographs, and shockingly, the footage was briefly available on platforms like YouTube Kids. The incident remains a grim reminder of the impact of public and political pressure. Wait for Me, Daddy. Wait for Me, Daddy is a poignant photograph taken on October 1, 1940, depicting a young boy named Warren Whitey Bernard running after his father, Private Jack Bernard, as his regiment marches down the street in New Westminster, British Columbia. The image quickly became an iconic representation of the Canadian war effort and has been widely used in Canadian wartime propaganda and commemorative materials. Sacramento Street in San Francisco. This photograph shows people looking down Sacramento Street in San Francisco during the devastating earthquake of 1906. The massive plume of smoke in the background marks the fire that swept through the city, causing widespread destruction and loss of life. It's a stark reminder of the disaster's impact on the city. Tunguska event. The Tunguska event was a massive explosion in 1908 in a remote area of Siberia, Russia, caused by a meteor. The blast, equivalent to 12 megatons of TNT, flattened over 800 square miles of forest. If it had occurred over a populated area, the devastation would have been catastrophic. The photo shows the aftermath, with trees knocked down in a radial pattern. Mount Rushmore before carving. This eerie image shows the Black Hills, specifically the site of Mount Rushmore, before the famous carvings of the 4 U.S. presidents were added. The uncarved mountain has an almost ghostly quality, as the outlines of the future sculptures seem faintly present. It's a glimpse of history before the iconic monument was completed. First selfie by Robert Cornelius. Robert Cornelius, an American photographer and pioneer in the history of photography, took the first known selfie in 1839. This grainy black and white image is a humble beginning to the now ubiquitous practice of taking self-portraits. Though the quality is poor, it marks a significant moment in photographic history. Eyes of Hatred. This chilling photograph, known as Eyes of Hatred, captures the moment German propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels realized that the photographer was Jewish. The intense glare from Goebbels reveals the deep-seated anti-Semitism prevalent in Nazi Germany, making the image a haunting reminder of the era's pervasive hatred. Vladimir Komarov. Vladimir Komarov was a Soviet cosmonaut who tragically died during the Soyuz 1 mission. The image shows his charred remains after the spacecraft crashed upon re-entry in 1967. Komarov's death was a direct result of the spacecraft's numerous technical flaws, which he was aware of, but still undertook the mission. His final moments were filled with curses towards the Soviet officials who had sent him on a doomed mission. First aerial photo. In 1860, James Wallace Black captured the first aerial photograph from a hot air balloon named Queen of the Air. The image shows Boston from above, marking a pioneering moment in photography. Aerial photography was a daring endeavor at the time, requiring great courage and technical skill. Hubble Ultra Deep Field. The Hubble Ultra Deep Field image, taken by the Hubble Space Telescope, shows a stunning array of galaxies, with around 10,000 visible in the photograph. This breathtaking image offers a glimpse into the vastness and beauty of the universe, showcasing countless stars, planets, and possibly even life. David by Michelangelo. Michelangelo's David is one of the most renowned sculptures in art history. Originally placed in the public square in Florence, Italy, the statue has been moved to a museum for preservation. The image shows David in his outdoor location, where a fig leaf was occasionally added to cover his nudity due to modesty concerns. David during World War II. During World War II, the statue of David was at risk of being damaged by Allied bombings as they advanced through Italy. To protect the iconic artwork, a protective dome was constructed around the statue. This precaution successfully preserved David, and he remains a symbol of Florence's rich cultural heritage to this day. Explorer 6. This isn't just any photo, it's the very first image of Earth taken from orbit. What you're looking at is a blurry, almost indistinguishable picture. The bright area is the Central Pacific, illuminated by sunlight, while the rest of the world is cloaked in darkness. It's not much to look at, fuzzy and unclear, but this blurry mess marks a historic moment, the first time humanity captured an image of our planet from space. The first lightning photograph. The image you see here dates back to the 1880s and holds the distinction of being the first photo ever taken of lightning. Capturing it was no easy task. The equipment was primitive, the timing had to be perfect, and the dedication was extraordinary. The photographer, William Jennings, took on the challenge almost as a dare. People at the time believed lightning was just simple zigzags in the sky, but Jennings aimed to prove them wrong. And prove them wrong he did. This photograph captures the intricate and fearsome shape of lightning as we know it today. The first photograph of a solar eclipse, taken in 1851. We all know what a solar eclipse is, when the moon passes in front of the sun, casting a shadow on Earth. Today, it's a spectacle we might experience a few times in our lives, often with special glasses to view it safely. But in 1851, capturing an eclipse on camera was a monumental task. The equipment was primitive, and getting the timing just right was a major challenge. Yet, despite the odds, they succeeded, marking the moment when this celestial event was captured for the first time. This image, considered one of the most iconic in the history of photography, is actually of a nautilus shell standing on its end against a dark background. Taken by Edward Weston, it's hailed as a masterpiece of modernism. Weston was inspired by the almost magical quality of seashells, and this photograph has been described as transcending the ordinary, evoking deep emotions and revealing beauty in unexpected ways. Machu Picchu's first photograph. This old photograph is the first ever image taken of Machu Picchu, dating back to 1911 when the ancient city was rediscovered. The picture was snapped by Hiram Bingham, the same explorer who brought the site to the world's attention. Machu Picchu is an ancient pre-Columbian city, shrouded in mystery and intrigue. Although it's known that the city could house up to 750 people, only 173 skeletons were found. This photograph, however, serves as a gateway into that very mystery, capturing the world's imagination and prompting extensive coverage by National Geographic. The first photographed smile. Meet Willie, the subject of yet another historic photograph, this one being the first image ever taken of someone smiling. Still life with plaster casts made by Daguerre in 1837. This image was taken back in 1837 and represents an early attempt to elevate photography to an art form. Traditionally, still lifes were meticulously arranged and then painted, but with photography, that process was reduced to a single, instantaneous capture. While it might not be as impressive as the labor-intensive paintings, it's still a remarkable achievement in the history of photography. The Great Picture. The title, The Great Picture, might sound grandiose, and you might wonder if it's really deserving of that name. What we're seeing is a black and white image of a ship, which, on its own, might not seem extraordinary. However, what makes this photograph truly remarkable is its size. It holds the world record for being the largest photograph ever printed. You can even see people standing next to it for scale. The Falling Soldier. Now we're venturing into the more unsettling territory of the iceberg. The first of these not-safe-for-life images is a haunting photograph of a man at the moment of his death. Titled The Falling Soldier, or Loyalist Militiaman at the Moment of Death, this photograph was taken in 1936 during the Spanish Civil War. The man in the photo is believed to be Federico Burrell Garcia, an anarchist militia member fighting for the Republicans. This powerful image captures the tragic reality of war, often accompanied by the poignant reminder that freedom isn't free. Mummified Captain. Next, we have an image that truly falls into the not safe for life category. This photograph shows the mummified remains of a captain found off the coast of the Philippines. At first glance, you might think he's been dead for years, but according to scientists, he had only been deceased for about a week. The autopsy revealed that the man died of a heart attack while trapped on his boat. As the investigation continued, more details about his life emerged, including his attempts to contact his wife, tampering with his food, and desperate efforts to use the radio. His death, and the story behind it, add layers of tragedy to this haunting image. The Odessa Catacombs. This next image takes us deep into the Odessa Catacombs in Ukraine, a place as eerie and dangerous as the more famous catacombs in Paris. The photograph tells the tragic story of a girl named Masha, who we see here. On New Year's Eve, Masha went out drinking with friends, and they decided to explore the catacombs. However, in a drunken haze, her friends left her behind, whether by accident or on purpose. Masha never made it out. When her classmates went searching for her later, they discovered this, what they believed to be her body. She had died of dehydration, lost in the pitch-black maze of tunnels. It's a harrowing reminder of how these underground labyrinths often lead to the most tragic of fates, lost, alone, and succumbing to starvation, thirst, or injury deep beneath the earth. The Black Dahlia. This haunting image is associated with one of California's most infamous unsolved mysteries, the Black Dahlia. The woman in the photograph, Elizabeth Short, was found brutally murdered in Los Angeles in 1947. Her body had been mutilated, severed in half, and displayed in a grotesque manner, sparking a media frenzy. Despite numerous theories and suspects, her killer was never identified, leaving the case an enduring mystery that still fascinates and horrifies to this day. The Byford Dolphin Accident. The Byford Dolphin Accident is one of the most gruesome and tragic deaths ever recorded in the history of deep-sea diving. This incident took place under the Byford Dolphin oil rig, where divers were working in a pressurized chamber deep beneath the ocean. A catastrophic error occurred when a chamber hatch was improperly sealed, causing a rapid decompression. The pressure difference was so extreme that one of the divers was literally torn apart, with his body parts scattered up to 10 meters away. The accident resulted in one of the most horrific deaths imaginable and left 4 others severely injured. Intersex photography. This image presents a different kind of not safe for life content. It features a person who is intersex, possessing both male and female genitalia. Though graphic, the photograph highlights the early history of intersex individuals and the evolving understanding of gender and sex changes. This kind of image would have been heavily censored at the time, but it holds significance in documenting the complex nature of human biology and identity. Albert Fish's pelvis X-ray. Albert Fish was one of the most sadistic serial killers in history, notorious for his gruesome crimes involving torture, murder, and cannibalism of children. This image shows an X-ray of his pelvis, revealing up to 29 needles embedded in his flesh. Fish inserted these needles into his body as a form of self-inflicted torture, driven by his insatiable need for pain. His heinous acts and the twisted psychology behind them make him one of the most disturbing figures in criminal history. Ruth Snyder's execution. This photograph captures the final moments of Ruth Snyder, a convicted murderer, as she was executed by electric chair in 1928. The image was famously published in the New York Daily News, becoming one of the most iconic images of its time. Taken mid-execution, the photo shows Snyder at the moment of death, a stark and shocking depiction of capital punishment that sparked widespread debate about the ethics of such public displays. Stalin and the fall of Kiev. This rare and unauthorized photograph shows Soviet leader Joseph Stalin shortly after learning that Kiev had fallen to German forces during World War II in 1941. The Battle of Kiev was a catastrophic defeat for the Soviet Union, with nearly 700,000 Soviet troops encircled and captured by the Germans. The image captures a moment of vulnerability and defeat, which was carefully kept hidden during Stalin's reign. The photo remained suppressed until after Stalin's death, revealing a side of the dictator that the world was never meant to see. Edna Sintron at the World Trade Center. This photograph captures the desperation and horror of the September 11 attacks. In the image, you can barely see Edna Sintron, a worker at the World Trade Center, waving for help from a gaping hole in the building. Most of her colleagues died instantly when the plane struck, but Edna survived the initial impact, hoping for rescue. Tragically, that help never came. The exact circumstances of her death remain unknown. Some speculate she may have fallen or chosen to jump, while others believe she perished in the fire and collapse that followed. Hiroshima Shadows. The Hiroshima shadows are haunting reminders of the devastation caused by the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima during World War II. These shadows were left behind when the intense heat from the explosion vaporized human bodies, leaving behind their silhouettes etched onto the surfaces they were near. The most famous of these is a darkened spot on a stairwell where someone was sitting when the bomb detonated. The person was obliterated instantly, and all that remains is this eerie shadow, a permanent mark of the moment life was extinguished. The Haystack, 1844. This 1844 photograph, known as the Haystack, is often cited as one of the most significant early photographs. It is celebrated for its poetic depiction of rural life, capturing the essence of nature, the labor of harvest, and the continuity of tradition. The image, while not necessarily famous in popular culture, holds great importance in the history of photography for its artistic qualities and its role in showcasing the beauty of everyday life. The first photographic middle finger. This amusing piece of history is the first known photograph to capture the middle finger as a gesture of defiance. Taken in 1886, the image features Charles "Old Hoss" Radbourne, a baseball pitcher for the Boston Beaneaters, flipping off a member of the New York Giants, a rival team. The gesture, brought to America by Italian immigrants, has since become a universal symbol of contempt, with this photograph marking its earliest documented use in this form. This seemingly ordinary photo holds a chilling significance, as it was the last image taken by one of the hikers involved in the infamous Dyatlov Pass incident. The Dyatlov Pass incident, a mystery that still baffles experts today, involved the unexplained deaths of 9 hikers in the Ural Mountains of Siberia, Russia. Found on the camera of one of the deceased, the photo is blurry, offering little in terms of concrete clues. Despite its simplicity, the photo has become a symbol of the enduring mystery surrounding the hiker's tragic fate. Autopsy photos. After the assassination of President John F. Kennedy, an autopsy was conducted to understand how the bullets struck him and to determine the extent of the injuries. The photos taken during the autopsy were intended to document the findings and provide a visual aid for the official report. However, these images have a haunting quality, especially for those who are disturbed by the sight of a lifeless body. While the photos serve a clinical purpose, they also evoke a deep sense of tragedy and the chilling reality of JFK's assassination. The last photo of Chris Kremers and Lisanne Froon. This photo, found on the phone of one of the 2 Dutch girls who disappeared in Panama in 2014, is the final piece of a tragic puzzle. Chris Kremers and Lisanne Froon, who were volunteering in Panama, went for a hike near a volcano on April 1st and never returned. Weeks later, their remains were discovered in a remote area, with their bones found in a disturbing state, bleached, meatless, and without any signs of animal interference. The photo, taken just before their disappearance, offers no clear answers, leaving their fate shrouded in mystery and raising more questions than it answers. Mount St. Helens. Just 52 miles northeast of Portland, Oregon, in the Pacific Northwest region of the United States, lies Mount St. Helens, a striking volcano explored by many for centuries. It holds significant meaning for the Cowlitz and Yakama tribes and stands tall at 8,360 feet. Many people have visited the mountain to capture its beauty in photographs, usually without issue. However, Mount St. Helens is more famously known for a much more catastrophic reason. On May 18, 1980, Mount St. Helens erupted with the force of a hydrogen bomb, flattening forests and scorching 100 square miles of timberland. A photo taken by Robert Landsberg, a 48-year-old American photographer, shows a dark cloud rising above a row of trees. Landsberg had come to the mountain to document its splendor, but the ominous cloud in his photo was actually molten ash from the eruption, one of the most infamous natural disasters in U.S. history. Dormant for 123 years, the volcano erupted with a force that turned daylight to darkness, killing 57 people, destroying hundreds of homes, and damaging 185 miles of highway. The eruption, triggered by an earthquake, reduced the mountain's peak from 9,677 feet to 8,363 feet. Landsberg, realizing he wouldn't survive, heroically protected his photographic equipment by placing it in his backpack and laying on it to preserve the film for future researchers. Rest in peace to Robert Landsberg and all the others lost in the Mount St. Helens eruption. Photo before the tsunami. This next story illustrates how life can be altered in an instant through sheer randomness. It's about John and Jackie Mill, a couple from Vancouver, Canada, who tragically died when a tsunami hit the beach where they were vacationing in Thailand. This occurred on December 26, 2004, the day after Christmas. The photo you see here is the last one they took before being swept away. To fully grasp the gravity of this event, we need to talk about Christian P. Christian and his wife Nicole, missionaries from Washington State, heard about the devastating tsunami and traveled to Thailand with colleagues to offer help. They arrived about a month after the disaster, around January 26. While walking along the beach at Khao Lak, Christian's friend Cameron stumbled upon a smashed digital camera. Initially, it seemed insignificant, but when Christian removed the memory card and viewed the photos on his Palm Pilot, he discovered images capturing the moments just before the tsunami hit. Christian described it as if they had picked up a tape recorder and heard someone's last conversation abruptly ending. The photos unknowingly documented John and Jackie Nill's final moments. The Nills had visited Thailand several times, considering it their second home. During this trip, everything seemed normal. They even called their children on December 25th to wish them a Merry Christmas. On the morning of December 26th, they went to the beach with their digital camera, unaware of the impending disaster. They saw a large wave in the distance and began taking photos, not realizing the danger. The photos Christian found show the wave on the horizon, gradually getting closer until the final image, where the wave is dangerously near. Soon after, the couple was swept away. Their children, Patrick, David, and Christian, after losing contact with their parents, sent John's brother-in-law to Thailand to search for them. John's body was found on December 31st, 2004, and Jackie's on January 13th, 2005. Christian P's random discovery of the camera and his effort to return the photos to the family provided a bittersweet closure. Patrick, one of the couple's sons, said that although it was painful to look at the pictures, they brought some peace. He felt reassured that there was nothing his parents could have done to avoid the tsunami, and that they might have chosen to sit and enjoy the place they loved in their final moments. The Big Game. On November 29, 1900, the California Golden Bears and the Stanford Cardinals were set to face off in what was known as the Big Game. Across the street from the game's venue, the San Francisco and Pacific Glassworks Company had just opened a new factory. Despite its newness, only one furnace was operational, filled with 14 tons of molten glass, heated to a scorching 1600 degrees Celsius. The Big Game attracted a large crowd, including many who couldn't afford or didn't want to pay the admission fee of $1, a significant sum equivalent to about $40 today. Desperate to watch the game, hundreds of people climbed onto the roof of the new glass factory, seeking a vantage point. The factory workers warned the police about the danger, as the roof's ventilator could not support the weight of so many people, but their warnings were ignored. Just 20 minutes after the game started, the roof collapsed. Around 100 people fell 4 stories to the factory floor, some dying instantly. Another 60 to 100 people fell onto the furnace, where the surface temperature of 260 degrees Celsius caused unimaginable suffering. Some fell through pipes, leading to hot oil spraying and igniting, burning people alive. In total, 23 lives were lost, most of them young males. This tragedy remains a somber reminder of the dangers of overcrowding and ignoring safety warnings. Bud Dwyer's last photo. Next up is this photo of Bud Dwyer, a man who, in an incredibly disturbing twist, took his own life on television on January 22, 1987. Burdened by a case of corruption and bribery, Dwyer shot himself on live TV. The photo shown was taken moments before he did that. Born and bred in Missouri, Bud Dwyer had been a rather accomplished politician before any allegations were leveled against him. He had risen from the position of the 6th District Representative in the Pennsylvania House of Representatives in 1964 to holding the office of Pennsylvania Treasurer in 1984. His journey saw him get re-elected for some of the positions, and of course, his name grew bigger with each election cycle, thanks to his tenacious spirit and sheer commitment to public service. This, however, took a drastic turn for him in 1984, when it was revealed that public employees in Pennsylvania from 1979 to 1981 had overpaid millions of dollars in taxes following an error that had caused tax deductions even when employees were on sick leave. In a bid to fix the mess and recover up to $40 million in Social Security taxes, Dwyer hired Computer Technology Associates, CTA, a small data processing company operating in Newport Beach, California. CTA would get paid $4.6 million for the work. It was fishy, though, that such a big contract went to a firm with only 3 full-time employees, and the competitive bidding process wasn't done. This became the least of Dwyer's worries, because about 2 months later, on July 11th, he learned the FBI was looking into CTA for having bribed other public officials in Pittsburgh and Allegheny County to get similar contracts. He rescinded the CTA contract, but it was too late. His political opponent, General Al Benedict, who had been eyeing the treasurer position, obtained a sworn statement from Janice R. Kincaid, a former vice president at CTA, that implicated Dwyer. This meant rescinding the contract would do nothing to save him. The statement, widely circulated by Benedict, claimed that Dwyer received a kickback of $300,000 from CTA for the irregularly awarded contract. That's about $885,000 in today's money. Now, political smearing or not, these allegations were really damning to Dwyer's career. It also didn't help that his opponent, General Al Benedict, had gone to great lengths to find information that would make him look bad. For example, the same statement also read that Mrs. Kincaid had been asked by CTA, her employer, to do anything she needed to make any of their customers happy, which was taken to strongly indicate, at least according to her, a request to offer sexual favors to clients. These allegations were extensive, involving others beyond Dwyer, with a CTA employee even alleging that her boss had a secret Swiss bank account holding $400,000. Interestingly, as the investigations ensued, Dwyer termed the whole thing as a nightmare that just wouldn't go away. He then tried to frustrate the investigations, but the court eventually charged him with 11 counts of conspiracy, mail fraud, perjury, and interstate transportation in aid of racketeering. He faced 55 years in prison. Feeling cornered, Dwyer called for a press conference at the Pennsylvania State Capitol building in Harrisburg. As reported by the New York Times, red-faced and sweating, Dwyer drew a .357 Magnum revolver from a manila envelope, and before anyone could stop him, he put the barrel of the pistol in his mouth and pulled the trigger. He died about 30 minutes later. It was later discovered that, knowing he would end his life, he asked for a letter to be delivered to Robert P. Casey, the then Pennsylvania governor. The letter detailed his dissatisfaction with the justice system, saying it did not function properly, and also requested that his wife, Joan Dwyer, be appointed as the interim treasurer. Stilo King. For those who follow rap, the name Capital Steez, also known as Stilo King, might ring a bell. Steez began rapping in 2008 at the age of 15 as part of a group called The Third Kind. A few years later, he co-founded the rap group Pro Era with record producer Powers Pleasant, which included several talented rappers, notably Joey Badass, who was a close friend of Steez. The duo created the song Survival Tactics, which has amassed 25 million views on YouTube. That same year, Steez released American Corruption, an acclaimed album that further elevated his profile. As his career soared, everything seemed promising for Steez. However, on December 23, 2012, he tweeted, "The end," before tragically jumping off the cinematic music group headquarters, ending his life. This final tweet was a chilling indication of his state of mind, but it was not the only unsettling post he had made. During high school, Steez delved into spiritual and metaphysical theories, embracing beliefs in Egyptian mysticism, numerology, astral projection, and the Indian chakra system. He considered himself an indigo child, believing he possessed supernatural abilities and existed on a higher dimensional plane. These beliefs and his tweets led some on Reddit to speculate that he might have had schizophrenia. One commenter noted the way Steez linked the number 47 with doomsday, and how he discussed these ideas with friends who didn't grasp the depth of his thoughts until it was too late. The signs of his distress were evident only in hindsight. Some believe Steez's actions stemmed from a mental imbalance or illness, drawing parallels to other experiences with schizophrenia. Others even suggest that his death might not have been self-inflicted. Regardless of the exact circumstances, the loss of Capital Steez was a profound tragedy. His talent and creativity brought joy to many, and his absence is deeply felt. May he rest in peace. Pat Tillman's last photo. The tragic story of Pat Tillman, a former NFL player turned soldier, reveals a complex web of alleged deceit and cover-ups by the U.S. government and media. Let's start with the photo. This image of Pat was taken shortly before April 22, 2004, in southeastern Afghanistan's Khost province. Pat, serving in the 75th Ranger Regiment, was on patrol with his unit. This picture became his last, as on April 22nd, he was killed by 3 close-range bullets to the head. Pat Tillman was a promising NFL player who left behind a $3.6 million contract with the Arizona Cardinals to enlist after the 9/11 attacks. His decision to join the military in 2002 was driven by a desire to fight against Al-Qaeda and seek justice for Osama bin Laden. His story made headlines, and the Bush administration used his enlistment for pro-war propaganda, portraying him as a symbol of honor and sacrifice. When Pat was killed in 2004, the Army initially reported that he had died heroically, charging up a ridge under enemy fire to protect his fellow soldiers. His death was widely publicized, with helicopters flying over a stadium in his honor, his memorial broadcasted on live TV, and posthumous awards like the Silver Star and Purple Heart. However, the truth soon began to unravel. It was later revealed that Pat had been killed by friendly fire, not enemy action. This shocking revelation came after Army doctors noted that his wounds were suspicious due to their close proximity. The Army was forced to admit a month later that Pat had been killed by his fellow soldiers, not enemy forces. Disturbingly, as his comrades took aim, Pat reportedly shouted, "I'm Pat f***ing Tillman," trying to stop them. These were his last words. Pat's family endured a grueling journey to uncover the truth, facing 7 official investigations and 2 congressional hearings. Pat's mother, Mary Tillman, expressed her frustration, stating the Army had no regard for him as a person, exploiting his virtue and then abandoning him. Pat's brother, Kevin Tillman, who served in the same unit, testified before Congress that an alternative narrative was constructed to avoid public embarrassment. In a 2007 congressional hearing, Kevin summarized the family's ordeal, saying the deception was an insult to them and aimed to deceive the nation. Knowing all this, Pat Tillman's last photo carries profound depth, symbolizing not only his sacrifice, but also the tragic reality of his untimely death. Overworking is a common issue, whether it's for school or a job. While some people struggle to work consistently for a few hours, others can push themselves for days without rest. However, humans need sleep, and a lack of it leads to serious health issues, particularly exhaustion. Coffee and energy drinks can temporarily stave off fatigue, but overconsumption can have severe consequences. Mita Deran, an Indonesian copywriter, highlighted this problem in a tweet on December 14, 2013. Her heavy workload and excessive energy drink intake soon took a toll on her health. Her social media posts reveal the extent of her overwork, with comments about working over 12 hours a day at the office. Tragically, the relentless pace and reliance on energy drinks led to her untimely death. Following her passing, her company tweeted their condolences, sparking a backlash. The situation is a sobering reminder of the dangers of overworking and the lack of choice many people have in such circumstances. Rest in peace, Mita Duran. Stairway to Heaven. The Stairway to Heaven is an illegal hike in Oahu, Hawaii, consisting of 3,922 steps and typically taking 2 to 5 hours to complete. Its illegal status stems from funding and cost disputes, but this hasn't deterred many from sneaking in to experience the challenging yet rewarding trail. However, for Dalan Pua, this hike turned into a nightmare. On February 27, 2015, Dalen took a bus to hike the infamous trail, capturing photos and texting friends and family along the way. Initially, everything seemed fine, despite the risk of being charged with criminal trespassing, but by evening, Dalen was nowhere to be found. His family launched a search involving firefighters, which continued until March 3rd, when the efforts were officially called off. Undeterred, his family continued searching, analyzing his texts for clues. They discovered his final photo, which at first appeared normal. Upon closer inspection, however, they noticed a mysterious man crouching in the bushes behind Dalen. This led many, including his family, to suspect foul play. The man has never come forward, and Dalen remains missing to this day, 8 years later. Despite the eerie photo, not everyone believes foul play was involved. Reddit user DC Landry recounted hearing cries for help while hiking the same trail, prompting multiple 911 calls, but no one was found. Another Reddit user claimed the man in the photo was their friend who contacted the police and was simply passing by. It's also noted that a severe storm weeks before Dalen's hike had made the stairs even more dangerous. Regardless of the circumstances, Dalen Pua did not deserve to vanish this way. If he is alive, we can only hope he returns home. In the more likely event of his passing, may he rest in peace. Ayrton Senna's last photo. Ayrton Senna is one of the most revered figures in Formula One, his legacy enduring from the 90s to today. This image, taken just moments before his fatal crash, holds a profound significance. Research reveals that despite the accolades of modern heavyweights like Lewis Hamilton and Michael Schumacher, many F1 fans still consider Senna the greatest driver ever due to his unmatched skills and daring maneuvers. Senna's reputation for ruthless and risky maneuvers on the Grand Prix circuit made him stand out even among the fastest drivers. His talent saw him quickly ascend the ranks, earning 41 Grand Prix titles and 3 World Championships in 1988, 1990, and 1991. Hailing from São Paulo, Brazil, Senna set multiple records, including being one of only 3 Brazilian drivers to win the World Championship. Notably, his record for the most pole positions remained unbroken for 17 years, from 1989 to 2006. A pole position, achieved by setting the fastest speed during qualifying trials, grants the most advantageous starting point in a race, showcasing Senna's incredible speed. However, Senna's exceptional speed ultimately contributed to his tragic demise. On May 1, 1994, during the San Marino Grand Prix at the Autodromo Enzo Edino Ferrari in Italy, Senna crashed into a concrete barrier while leading the race. The crash occurred on the 7th lap at the Tamburello corner, where his car veered off the racing line and struck the unprotected barrier. Data from the wreckage showed Senna was traveling at 190 miles per hour before the corner. He braked hard, shifting down twice, but still hit the wall at 130 miles per hour. The impact tore off the right front wheel and the nose cone. Tragically, the wheel struck his helmet, causing fatal head trauma as part of the suspension assembly penetrated his helmet. Despite immediate medical attention, including efforts by Sid Watkins, head of the on-track medical team, Senna succumbed to his injuries. Watkins recalled, "We lifted him from the cockpit and laid him on the ground. As we did, he sighed, and although I'm not religious, I felt his spirit depart at that moment." Investigations later attributed the accident to a hastily adapted steering column. Senna's tragic death led to significant safety reforms in Formula One, including changes to speed regulations, track layouts, runoff areas, and crash tests. Understanding this context makes Senna's last photo even more poignant. It serves as a reminder of his incredible talent, the risks of the sport, and the lasting impact of his untimely death on driver safety standards. Andrew Macaulay. The Tasman Sea, a vast 2,000-kilometer expanse of water between Australia and New Zealand, has seen many travelers cross its treacherous waters, but none had attempted the journey by kayak until Andrew Macaulay. In January 2007, Andrew, an experienced sea kayaker with numerous expeditions under his belt, set off on his second attempt to conquer the Tasman Sea by kayak. His previous try had been abandoned, but his determination remained unwavering. Over the next month, he braved the challenging conditions of the sea, capturing photos to document his journey. One of these photos, featuring him covered in sunscreen, may seem eerie, but it likely captured him in good spirits, despite the daunting task ahead. Throughout his voyage, Andrew faced severe weather conditions that often capsized his kayak, forcing him to right it repeatedly. His resilience and skill kept him going as he inched closer to his destination. It seemed he was on track to accomplish what many deemed impossible. However, in February 2007, just 34 miles from his goal, Andrew sent out a distress call, realizing he couldn't reach his destination. A search operation was launched, but after days of searching, only his partially flooded kayak was found. Andrew's body was never recovered, leaving his fate a mystery. Though he likely perished, it's widely believed that he did indeed kayak across the Tasman Sea. May he rest in peace. Garrett Miller. Garrett Miller's final moments were captured in 2 photos that now hold a heartbreaking significance. His father, Dave Mills, expressed his grief to the press, saying he felt an immense sense of loss, as if something precious had been taken from him. Garrett, just 15 years old, died on May 12, 2017, at King Street Park in Napanee, Ontario, Canada, after a tragic and preventable accident. Earlier that day, Garrett had left school and was spending time at the park with his girlfriend and best friend. In the photos taken just 10 minutes before the accident, Garrett is smiling, his mood captured in the images. In one picture, a faint dandelion can be seen tucked behind his ear, and in another, he's flexing his muscles for the camera. According to his girlfriend, Garrett had even described it as the best day of his life. The trio was passing time at the park before Garrett's first official date with his girlfriend, a movie night they were all looking forward to. But tragically, Garrett's life was cut short when a soccer goalpost fell on him, killing him instantly. While trying to impress his girlfriend, Garrett had begun doing chin-ups on the goalpost's crossbar. The structure, an older model with most of its weight concentrated at the top, wasn't anchored down and tipped over, striking him on the head. Dave Mills, devastated by the loss of his son, emphasized how needless the accident was, stating that the park's risks were completely unexpected. The goalpost, weighing between 180 and 200 pounds, was immediately replaced with one that was properly anchored. However, this didn't stop Garrett's father from seeking justice. He vowed to find out who was responsible, whether it was due to budget cuts, neglect, or simple oversight. Mills' determination mirrors that of other grieving parents who have fought for change. In 2003, after a similar incident in which a 184-pound goalpost fell and killed 6-year-old Zachary Tran, Zach's parents successfully pushed for Zach's Law in Illinois. This law mandates that all goalposts in the state be securely anchored or designed to prevent tipping. Knowing that Garrett's life ended just 10 minutes after those joyful photos were taken adds an unsettling weight to the story. DC-10 crash. In the United States, there are around 45,000 domestic flights every day. Despite this vast number, airplane crashes and catastrophic accidents are exceedingly rare. In 2021, there were only 176 air traffic fatalities worldwide, making it uncommon to perish in a plane accident, especially on a commercial flight. However, uncommon doesn't mean impossible. A United Airlines DC-10 carrying 293 people crashed while attempting an emergency landing in Sioux City, Iowa. Astonishingly, 184 people survived. The incident left many asking why the plane crashed in the first place. During a routine flight from Denver to Chicago, the DC-10 made a shallow right turn, something it had done thousands of times. However, this time was different due to a microscopic flaw in the titanium alloy fan disc, which had developed into a significant crack over the years. During the turn, the fan disc disintegrated, causing extensive damage to the aircraft, including the number 2 hydraulic system and supply hoses, making the plane nearly impossible to control. Despite this, the crew, including Alfred Haynes, Bill Records, Dudley Vorak, and Dennis Fitch, didn't give up. After experimenting, they discovered they could somewhat control the plane by idling the left wing mounted engine and applying maximum power to the right one, allowing them to level the aircraft. The plane entered phugoid cycles, a phenomenon where it would repeatedly climb and descend, losing about 1,500 feet of altitude with each cycle. Dennis Fitch managed to use the throttles to mitigate this cycle. As they approached Sioux Gateway Airport, they were traveling at around 250 miles per hour, much faster than the speed required for a safe landing. The aircraft began to roll to the right, and the engines couldn't respond quickly enough to Fitch's commands to stop the roll. The plane hit the ground, flipped, and rolled over, finally coming to rest in a nearby cornfield. In the end, 112 out of the 292 people on board lost their lives. Despite the horrendous conditions, the crew's efforts saved the majority of the passengers, a remarkable feat under such dire circumstances. Survivors will forever remember the peaceful countryside marred by this tragic disaster. Buddy Holly. Charles Hardin Buddy Holly was a seminal figure in 1950s rock and roll, collaborating with other icons like Elvis Presley. Born into a musically inclined family, Buddy began his journey with the violin, often performing in local talent shows with his brothers. His musical inspirations included Hank Snow, Bob Wills, and Hank Williams. In elementary school, Buddy met Bob Montgomery, with whom he would later form a musical partnership. After high school, Buddy pursued music full-time, drawing significant inspiration from seeing Elvis perform live in Lubbock, Texas in 1955. Later, he even opened a show for Elvis himself. Among his many hit songs, That'll Be the Day, Not Fade Away, and Rave On stand out as fan favorites. Buddy's influence was so profound that Rolling Stone magazine ranked him 13th on their list of the top 100 artists of all time. On February 2nd, 1959, Buddy Holly was performing at the Surf Ballroom in Clear Lake, Iowa, as part of his winter dance party tour. To avoid a grueling bus ride and get some rest, he and his band decided to charter a Beechcraft Bonanza airplane to their next venue. Unfortunately, the pilot, Roger Peterson, was not fully qualified to fly by instruments alone, which meant he needed clear visibility to navigate properly. The weather that night was far from clear, with a snowstorm making visibility difficult. Tragically, in the early hours of February 3rd, 1959, the plane crashed into a cornfield 5 miles northwest of Mason City, Iowa, killing everyone on board. The other victims of the crash were fellow musicians Richie Valens, J.P. the Big Bopper Richardson, and pilot Roger Peterson. This devastating event marked a significant loss in the music world, often referred to as the day the music died. Buddy Holly's legacy, however, continues to live on, influencing countless artists and delighting fans with his timeless music. Titanic. This image is one many of you are likely familiar with. To give you some context, I'll take you back over 100 years to 1909, when the construction of the Titanic began. During the 26-month building process, over 200 injuries were incurred by workers, and 6 people died during construction. Definitely not a good omen for what would come in the future. When it was finished, the Titanic boasted features like a saltwater pool, a gymnasium, and even a Victorian-style Turkish bath. The allegedly unsinkable Titanic was finally launched for the first time on May 31st, 1911, at 12:12 p.m. Almost 1 year later, on April 10th, 1912, the ship left on its maiden voyage with 920 passengers aboard, not including the crew. It narrowly avoided a collision with the SS City of New York and the Oceanic, and then successfully made its way across the Atlantic to Cherbourg, France. There it picked up 274 passengers and let off 24. They then headed to Ireland, arriving at Cork Harbour on April 11th, picking up 123 more passengers and letting off 7. One of the passengers that disembarked the voyage, Kate Odell, took the photo you saw earlier. On April 13th, the Titanic began to head back across the Atlantic to return to New York by April 17. During this time, a fire was noticed on the ship that had apparently been burning for some time, which wasn't uncommon for steamships at the time. According to Wikipedia, this was due to the spontaneous combustion of the coal used to fuel the ships. As they continued their journey, the Titanic received several warnings from other ships about drifting ice, but these were ignored by Captain Edward John Smith, as such warnings were typically taken as advisories. On top of this, no vessel had ever been capsized by ice before, and any head-on collisions that did happen hadn't ended in tragedy. Unfortunately, at 11:40 p.m. on April 14th, an iceberg was spotted ahead of the Titanic, which was moving at full speed. Although the first officer of the ship, William Murdoch, attempted to instruct the ship to avoid the iceberg, it was already too late. After slamming into the iceberg on the starboard side, the hull of the ship was dented in such a way that the structural integrity was compromised, allowing water to rush through the formerly watertight compartments. Out of the 2,223 people on the ship, only half could be put on lifeboats, as the ship was considered virtually unsinkable, and therefore didn't have enough lifeboats for everyone. Women and children were rushed onto the lifeboats first, which drastically helped the survival rate of those groups. By 2:20 a.m., the ship was on its way to the depths of the ocean. In the darkness and water that was below freezing temperature, many people struggled to survive. Of those in the water, only 5 were helped into the lifeboats, despite there being a capacity for 500 more people. It took until 4 a.m. for another boat to arrive on the scene, the RMS Carpathia. After everything was said and done, 1,517 people died, with only 706 making it back to New York. Rest in peace to everyone lost in this tragedy. The Kursk. On August 12, 2000, the Russian Navy submarine Kursk participated in a naval exercise in the Barents Sea. This massive submarine, with 9 compartments capable of holding over 100 people, was considered unsinkable and reportedly able to withstand a direct torpedo hit. During the exercise, the Kursk was to launch 2 dummy torpedoes at a battle cruiser. At 11:29, the crew loaded the first torpedo, immediately followed by seismic detectors recording an event measuring 1.5 on the Richter scale. Initially, this was thought to be part of the exercise, and though one crew reported it, the warning was ignored. Just 2 minutes and 14 seconds later, a second, much larger explosion measuring 4.2 on the Richter scale occurred. This explosion, equivalent to 2 to 3 tons of TNT, was so powerful it sank the submarine 354 feet to the seafloor before it detonated, showing the initial explosion's deadly force. Initial rescue efforts were unsuccessful, with the Kursk not being discovered until August 14th. The Navy downplayed the incident, with some officials claiming the exercise was successful and others citing minor technical difficulties. Bad weather further hampered rescue operations for 2 days, and there were several failed attempts to attach a diving bell to the sub and a rescue vessel to an escape hatch. Despite offers from other countries, international assistance was refused until 5 days after the incident, when help from the British and Norwegian governments was finally accepted. It took until August 21st, 9 days after the incident, for the Russian government to officially declare the entire crew of 118 people deceased. The first explosion was caused by a torpedo malfunction, but due to the Kursk's structural integrity, the submarine only sustained damage and fire in certain areas without being punctured. The crew initiated safety protocols, sealing pressurized doors to prevent flooding while trying to surface. However, the fire ignited other torpedoes, leading to the second, larger explosion, killing everyone in the front half of the sub. Only 23 people survived the initial explosions, including Lieutenant Captain Dmitry Kolesnikov, who was proud of his assignment on the Kursk. During their struggle for survival, Kolesnikov wrote 2 letters detailing the situation. The first letter mentioned the survivors moving to the submarine's 9th section and their inability to surface. The power soon failed, causing the temperature to drop and water to pool in the sub. Kolesnikov and the remaining 22 survivors passed away. Darsh Patel's last photo. On Sunday, September 21, 2014, Darsh Patel, a Rutgers University student, and 4 of his friends went hiking at the Apshawa Preserve in West Milford, New Jersey. They were carrying granola bars and water, ready for a typical hiking day. However, their hike turned into a tragic encounter with a black bear, which ultimately resulted in Darsh Patel's death. The 22-year-old was attacked and killed by the bear, making this event highly unusual, according to authorities. Just moments before the fatal attack, Patel managed to snap several photos of the 300-pound black bear from about 100 feet. The bear appeared to be getting closer in each of the 5 photos he took. Shortly after the last picture, the bear began to chase the group. They ran in different directions, but unfortunately the bear focused on Patel. According to a police statement from Timothy Storbeck, the town's chief of police, the group tried to flee when they realized the bear was following them. They got separated in the chaos, and when they regrouped, they discovered Patel was missing. They immediately called the police. A search ensued, and 2 hours later, Patel's body was found with numerous bite and claw marks. Even Patel's phone, which contained the last photos he took, bore fang marks. The search team, including the West Milford Police and the Environmental Protection Department, also found the bear nearby. Interestingly, the bear displayed stalking behavior and showed no interest in food. It stayed about 30 yards from Patel's body, circling the area until officers scared it away. The police decided to euthanize the bear, and a necropsy revealed it had ingested human tissue, clothing, and blood, with blood on its paws. Patel's death was the first bear-related fatality in New Jersey, although this specific bear had been spotted by locals searching for food just hours before the attack. Bob Considine, the spokesman for the Department of Environmental Protection, mentioned that black bear sightings in New Jersey are common and usually pose no threat to humans, as bears typically retreat when confronted. This might explain why Patel and his friends initially felt they could scare the bear away. However, this particular bear exhibited stalking and predatory behavior, making it an exception. Authorities confirmed that Patel and his friends did not provoke the bear, possibly only attracting its attention by taking photos. Lawrence Heine, an expert, advised that in a bear encounter, one should remain calm, not run, ensure the bear has an escape route, Avoid direct eye contact, back up slowly, and speak in a low but assertive voice. However, he acknowledged that following this advice is easier said than done. Flight 17. In July 2014, Malaysia Airlines Flight 17, a Boeing 777, faced a tragic fate. The plane was shot down by a Russian-made surface-to-air missile while on its 11.5-hour journey from Amsterdam to Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. This disaster sparked global outrage, with many suspecting a politically motivated attack. Despite Russia being blamed, the country denied any involvement. Investigations continued for years, with some allegations pointing towards possible involvement by President Putin. Now let's focus on the poignant photograph associated with this tragedy. Taken by a father named Dave Holly, this photo shows his wife Kim and their 4-year-old daughter Megan shortly after boarding the doomed flight. The family was en route to their dream vacation in Malaysia. Unbeknownst to Dave, this would be the last photograph he ever took. The photo has since become a cherished memento for their grieving relatives, who find solace in the fact that the family was happy and together in their final moments. Kim's sister, Monique, shared with CNN how the family treasures this last image, even though the entire report is heart-wrenching. Seeing Kim's father express his grief and anger, blaming the individual who launched the missile, is deeply moving. The investigation into the incident led to the prosecution of Igor Gurkin, a military officer, Sergei Dubinsky, an intelligence officer, and Leonid Karchenko, a military commander. All were found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment in November 2022. Despite strong indications that President Putin might have approved the missile launch, the evidence was insufficient, and the investigation concluded in February 2023, much to the disappointment of the Netherlands. Prime Minister Mark Rutte vowed to continue holding the Russian Federation accountable for its role in this tragedy. Appalachian Trail. The Appalachian Trail spans over 2,190 miles from Georgia to Maine, attracting thousands of hikers each year. Since its inception in 1936, more than 20,000 people have completed this rigorous and popular trail. Among those drawn to its challenge was 66-year-old Jerry Largay, who began her hike on April 13, 2013, with her husband and friend, Jane Lee. Jerry's husband provided supplies while Jane accompanied her on the hike. The trio covered over 1,000 miles in a few months, with everything going smoothly. However, Jane had to leave the hike due to a family emergency, and Jerry decided to continue alone, with her husband meeting her more frequently along the way. Fellow hikers often assisted Jerry, and a photo taken of her during this time would later become infamous. While heading towards the Route 27 crossing, Jerry suddenly disappeared. Although over 1,200 people go missing on the trail annually, only 200 have been recorded as deceased in nearly 90 years, with most being found within a day or two. Jerry's case was different, as search teams combed the area daily without success, and the official search was eventually called off, although authorities continued investigating, suspecting foul play given her experience as a hiker. 2 years later, on October 14, 2015, a contractor conducting a mandatory forestry survey on Navy land discovered an abandoned campsite with personal items. Inside a tent, he found a sleeping bag that still felt occupied, and upon inspection, he found Jerry's skull. Strangely, the campsite was within the perimeter of the search area, and had even been reported to be only 100 feet from search teams at one point. Jerry's phone provided answers. She had sent texts to her husband, stating she was lost after leaving the trail to go to the bathroom, but poor service prevented them from sending. Another message the next day informed him she had wandered further off track and requested he call the police for help. Jane mentioned that Jerry could become disoriented under the strain of the hike, likely leading her to accidentally walk deeper into the woods. Jerry left several journal entries detailing her survival efforts, struggles, and attempts to find her way. Her final notes were directed to her family, instructing whoever found her body to inform her husband and daughter for closure. Rest in peace, Jerry Largay. Utah's slot canyons and flash floods. Utah, famous for its towering mountains and stunning canyons, attracts millions of visitors to its national parks each year. While exploring these natural wonders is usually safe, there are inherent dangers. one of which is more deadly than lightning, tornadoes, and hurricanes: flash floods. These floods can occur suddenly and are particularly hazardous in Utah's slot canyons, where water can rush through at high speeds. Despite the risks, many people still enjoy hiking in these slot canyons. This leads us to a tragic story captured in an image from November 18, 2015. The photo shows a group of hikers: Mark McKenzie, Linda Arthur, Steve Arthur, Gary Favila, Muku Reynolds, Robin Brum, and Don Tyner, smiling as they prepare to enter a slot canyon in Zion National Park. Zion is so popular that it sees over 5 million visitors each year, all eager to marvel at its natural beauty. The hikers were headed to Keyhole Canyon, a slot canyon known for its breathtaking but challenging terrain. For some adventurers, like those who practice canyoning, slot canyons are a source of enjoyment. However, these canyons can become death traps during flash floods. Tragically, this image would be the last taken of the group. All 7 hikers perished in a flash flood that swept through Keyhole Canyon after a heavy rainstorm hit the area in Hilldale, Utah, and Colorado City, Arizona. The severity of the storm made it impossible for rangers to reach the hikers in time. The same flash flood claimed the lives of 12 other people, including 9 children, making it an absolutely horrific event. On August 12, 1985, Japan Airlines Flight 123 departed Tokyo at 6:12 p.m. Just 12 minutes into the flight, the aircraft experienced rapid decompression, which severed all 4 hydraulic lines, detached the vertical stabilizer, and damaged other critical components. The pilots struggled to control the plane, but their efforts were in vain as the aircraft gradually became uncontrollable. Despite their valiant attempts to manage the situation for over 30 minutes, the plane ultimately crashed at around 6:56 p.m. The aircraft hit multiple locations and flipped over before coming to a halt in a state forest in Gunma Prefecture. Although the nearby Yokota Air Base was informed about the crash 20 minutes after it happened, the Japanese government never requested their assistance, even though they had a helicopter ready to deploy. It wasn't until after nightfall that another helicopter spotted the wreckage, and rescue teams only arrived the following morning. Out of the 524 people on board, only 4 survived. One of the survivors, Yumi Ochiai, recalled hearing other survivors making noise, but these sounds faded as the night went on. It is believed that more lives could have been saved if rescue efforts had not been delayed. During the investigation of the wreckage, a haunting image was found, showing passengers presumably putting on their oxygen masks as the plane decompressed. Rest in peace to all those who lost their lives. On December 26, 2004, a chilling photo captured a wave engulfing the land, towering over palm trees. This wasn't just any wave, it was part of one of the most catastrophic natural disasters in modern history. A powerful 9.1 magnitude seaquake struck off the coast of Sumatra Island, creating a 900-mile fault line where the Indian and Australian tectonic plates meet. The seafloor was thrust upward by as much as 40 meters, 131 feet, triggering a colossal tsunami. The massive waves soon slammed into Indonesia, devastating the island of Aceh and claiming the lives of 100,000 people. The tsunami's destruction didn't stop there. It continued to ravage Thailand, India, Sri Lanka, and even reached as far as South Africa. By the time the waves receded, 230,000 lives had been lost. This haunting photo leaves us wondering about the fate of those captured in the moment, likely caught off guard and unable to escape. Most of them probably didn't survive, given the staggering death toll. They were likely going about their daily lives, unaware of the impending catastrophe that would plunge them into unimaginable peril. Rest in peace to all those who perished, and heartfelt condolences to those affected by this tragic event. Vicky Weaver's last photo. Vicky died from a gunshot in August 1992 at her family's cabin in Ruby Ridge, Idaho. This happened when an FBI sniper, Lon Horiuchi, during a standoff with Vicky's husband Randy Weaver, fired a shot aimed at Kevin Harris, Randy's friend, only for it to end up hitting and killing Vicky. As argued in court by Jerry Spence, the Weavers' attorney, the sniper didn't need to fire the shots because, first, firing at an armed adult without warning them to surrender is unconstitutional. Second, the shots were fired while Randy and Kevin, the primary targets, were in retreat. And third, the sniper placed Vicky and her children at risk by firing at the cabin door without knowing who was behind it. As a matter of fact, the court upheld these charges, leading to the U.S. government incurring hefty fines. Randy and his 3 daughters were awarded $3.1 million despite the tragic loss of Sammy, their teenage son, and Vicky. Just an insert here. Sammy, aged 14, had actually been shot after allegedly firing at FBI agents who had killed the family's dog that had charged at them. It would later be highly contested as to who actually fired first. Anyway, moving on. Kevin was also awarded compensation, receiving $380,000, though this was in part to encourage him to drop the $10 million lawsuit he had mounted against the government. What's really unhinged about this whole case is that it all started with a refusal by Randy to show up for a court hearing where he had been accused by ATF agents of making and keeping illegal weapons. Apparently, he had missed a court hearing in February 1991 and also in March of that same year. So the entire incident was set in motion due to not showing up to court, escalating to a disturbing shootout that led to multiple deaths. It also didn't help that Randy had been a self-proclaimed white separatist and religious fundamentalist who didn't trust the government at all. In fact, the entire reason he was living in a cabin with no electricity or running water was to seclude himself from what he saw as corrupt civilization. His religious beliefs also made him believe that the world was coming to an end. The standoff might have continued if it weren't for civilian negotiator Bo Gritz, who convinced Randy to let Vicky's body be taken out of the cabin, for the critically injured Kevin to get medical help. Ebola outbreak in 1976. Many of us are all too familiar with the uncertainty and fear that comes with a disease outbreak. One particularly infamous virus is Ebola, remembered by most for the outbreak in West Africa from 2013 to 2016. However, to understand the origins of this deadly virus, we need to go back to 1976, when the first outbreak occurred in what is now the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The outbreak began in Yambuku, a village in northern Congo. Patient 0 was Mabalo Lokela, a school headmaster who had returned to the village after a tour with the Yambuku mission in August, which included a trip along the Ebola River. Initially, Lokela's illness was thought to be malaria, and he was treated with quinine, a common malaria medication. He was first admitted to the Yambuku Mission Hospital on September 1st with a high fever, but was sent home to rest. By September 5th, his condition had deteriorated significantly, presenting symptoms such as profuse bleeding, vomiting, acute diarrhea, chest pains, headache, fever, agitation, and confusion. Sadly, Lokela passed away on September 8th. After Lokela's death, more people who had been at the mission hospital began to fall ill. The World Health Organization noted that nearly all subsequent infections were among those who had received injections at the hospital or had close contact with another case. Tragically, of the friends and relatives who prepared Lokela's body for burial, 21 fell ill, and 18 of them died. The remote mission hospital lacked the necessary equipment to diagnose this new disease, and as the number of cases increased, the Minister of Health sent out an international commission to investigate. The first doctor to arrive reported that none of the treatments being used on the patients were effective. This marked the first official description of the disease. The International Commission team, in an effort to understand how the disease was spreading, asked the nurses to survey the patients and gather basic information. They created a control group to compare against other Ebola patients, desperate to find a solution as the virus continued to spread. To limit the spread, authorities began to quarantine the most affected areas, despite some resistance from the local population. It was later discovered that the virus had spread through the hospital because nurses were giving pregnant women vitamin injections without properly sterilizing the needles, washing them in warm water between uses, and boiling them only at the end of the day. In the end, 318 cases were identified with 280 fatalities and 88% mortality rate. Another unrelated outbreak resulted in 284 cases and 151 deaths, a 53% mortality rate. The majority of the original mission hospital staff died, and several visiting nurses also succumbed to the virus. One such nurse was Mainga Nseka, who contracted the virus while treating a nun named Sister Farina. Nseka died while trying to return to Belgium for a formal diagnosis. This image shows two nurses standing beside Mainga as she is treated for the virus. She was only 22 years old and had planned to study advanced nursing in America on a scholarship. Rest in peace to Mainga and all those who lost their lives in this outbreak. The tragic crash of Pacific Southwest Airlines Flight 182. On September 25, 1978, Flight 182 departed Sacramento for San Diego, with a stop in Los Angeles. According to Wikipedia, the crew consisted of Captain James E. Jim McFerrin, First Officer Robert E. Bob Fox, Flight Engineer Martin J. Wayne, and 4 flight attendants, each with over 10,000 hours of flying experience. At 8:34 a.m., the flight left Los Angeles with First Officer Fox piloting. The plane carried 128 people, including 29 employees of Pacific Southwest Airlines. 25 minutes into the flight, the crew was alerted by the approach controller about a nearby Cessna 172 aircraft, piloted by Martin Casey Jr. and David Boswell. Casey held multiple flight ratings and a commercial certificate, while Boswell was training under Casey to obtain his instrument rating. The PSA pilots initially reported seeing the Cessna, but soon lost sight of it. Less than a minute later, Flight 182 received permission to land. The pilots mistakenly believed the Cessna was behind them, but it was actually directly in front of them, too low to be visible and blending with the houses below. At 9 a.m., Flight 182 collided with the Cessna at 2,600 feet. Witnesses on the ground heard a loud metallic crunch, followed by an explosion, and saw the PSA plane descending. A photo of Flight 182 falling to the ground was captured by Hans Wendt, and Steve Howell recorded a video of the Cessna post-crash. The collision heavily damaged Flight 182's right wing, making the plane uncontrollable. Cockpit transcriptions reveal the crew's realization of the collision and their acceptance of the inevitable crash, with an unknown crew member saying, "Ma, I love you," moments before impact. Flight 182 ultimately crashed into a house, a driveway, and then exploded north of I-805, with one wing lodging into another house. 60% of San Diego's fire department was dispatched to the scene. The Cessna crashed at a different intersection. In total, 144 people died, including all crew members and passengers on both planes, and 7 residents on the ground. This remains the deadliest aviation disaster in California history and the 6th deadliest in U.S. history. Rest in peace to all who lost their lives in this tragic accident. Mitsuharu Misawa. Mitsuharu Misawa is highly regarded as one of the greatest professional wrestlers of all time. As a child, Mitsuharu was a huge fan of pro wrestling, with his favorites being German pro wrestler Horst Hoffmann and Japanese pro wrestler Tomomi Jumbo Tsuruta. By age 12, he wanted to pursue a career in pro wrestling. Initially, he wanted to go pro after completing junior high, but his mother and teacher convinced him to focus on his studies so he could attend a school with a good wrestling program. In his second year of high school, Mitsuharu again wanted to drop out to pursue wrestling. One of his idols, Jumbo Tsuruta, advised him to complete all of high school and focus on amateur wrestling if he really wanted to go pro. Following this advice, Mitsuharu wrestled in school and won the National High School Championship in 1980. He also placed 5th at the Freestyle World Championships that same year. Despite his success in amateur wrestling, Mitsuharu actually disliked it. He made his professional debut a year later and led an illustrious pro wrestling career. He was an 8-time world champion, an 8-time world tag team champion, and held the All Japan Pro Wrestling Triple Crown Heavyweight Championship for the longest period in that title's history. Due to business disagreements, Mitsuharu eventually left All Japan Pro Wrestling in 2000 and formed a wrestling league called Pro Wrestling Noah. This league was successful for the first 5 years, but as their top star, Kenta Kobashi, had to leave for cancer treatment in 2006, Mitsuharu realized he would have to work a full-time wrestling schedule to maintain attention, despite his many injuries. On June 13, 2009, Mitsuharu participated in the GHC Tag Team Championships with Go Shiozaki against Akitoshi Saito and Bison Smith. 27 minutes into the match, Mitsuharu took a belly-to-back suplex from Saito. After the suplex, Mitsuharu lay motionless. A doctor in attendance rushed in and attempted CPR to no avail. Paramedics then attempted to use a defibrillator, also to no avail. Mitsuharu was later pronounced dead at age 46, with the cause of death being atlantoaxial dislocation. Japanese sports publications covered this event heavily. However, mainstream news barely reported on the matter. His private funeral had 100 people in attendance, many of them wrestlers. Rest in peace, Mitsuharu Misawa. Sophie Lyonnais. This image shows Sophie Lyonnais, who looks emaciated and distraught. Over a year before this, she had moved from a rural area northeast of Paris to London to work as a nanny for a couple named Sabrina Couder and Wissem Medouni. This move turned out to be a horrific mistake, as the couple, especially Sabrina, were extremely abusive. Sabrina had a history of obsessive and volatile behavior, including harassing ex-partners and physical assault. One of her exes was Mark Walton, a founding member of the Irish boy band Boyzone and a successful figure in the music industry. Sabrina was particularly obsessed with Mark and felt that he had stolen her chance at a luxurious life. After he left her and moved to Los Angeles, Sabrina became consumed by delusions and paranoia. When Sophie Lyonnais responded to Sabrina's ad for a nanny position, she unknowingly walked into a nightmare. Sabrina, convinced that Sophie was involved with Mark and was spying on her, subjected Sophie to relentless abuse. Sabrina recorded numerous videos in which she, along with Wissem, tried to force Sophie to confess to these baseless accusations. They threatened her with imprisonment and even dragged her to the police. But for some reason, authorities failed to recognize Sophie's desperate situation. Unable to escape and without the means to return to France, Sophie reached out to her mother, expressing her unhappiness. Her mother promptly booked a flight for her to return to Paris, but Sophie never made it. Despite her deteriorating condition, she was denied medical treatment. On September 20th, 2017, neighbors reported a foul smell coming from a bonfire in Sabrina and Wissem's backyard. When firefighters arrived, they found Wissem grilling chicken, but the smell persisted. Upon extinguishing the bonfire, they discovered charred human remains, including fingers and a nose. Wissem tried to claim the remains were from a lamb carcass, but this was quickly disproven. The couple was arrested, and an investigation revealed the extent of Sophie's suffering. Her personal belongings, including the plane ticket her mother bought, were confiscated. She endured physical abuse, starvation, confinement in a dark room, and relentless interrogations until she made a false confession. Tragically, her life was taken in the couple's bathtub. Sabrina Couder and Wissem Medouni were sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 30 years. The Backrooms. On May 12, 2019, an image was posted to 4chan's paranormal board with an eerie message. If you're not careful and no clip out of reality in the wrong areas, you'll end up in the back rooms, where it's nothing but the stink of old, moist carpet, the madness of mono yellow, the endless background noise of fluorescent lights at maximum hum buzz, and approximately 600 million square miles of randomly segmented empty rooms to be trapped in. God save you if you hear something wandering around nearby, because it sure as hell has heard you. This post marked the birth of one of the internet's most intriguing urban legends, the backrooms. Described as a pocket dimension one can accidentally stumble into, the backrooms consist of endless, empty office spaces with buzzing fluorescent lights and damp carpets. The concept has taken on a life of its own, inspiring a growing mythos that includes creepypastas, games, short films, and various other forms of media. Rather than delve deeply into the ever-expanding lore of the backrooms, let's focus on the image that sparked it all. The image perfectly captures the unsettling liminal space described in the text, evoking a sense of unease and the feeling that you shouldn't be there. Jeff the Killer. This image is one of the most iconic on the entire internet, known for its association with the Jeff the Killer creepypasta. The origin of this image remains uncertain. Over the years, many leads have surfaced but ultimately fizzled out. One prominent story involves a girl named Katie Robinson, who allegedly posted a photo asking if she was pretty on a 4chan board. She was reportedly bullied, with users editing and reposting her photo until it morphed into the infamous Jeff the Killer image. This cyberbullying supposedly led to her suicide. However, this story was debunked, as the real girl behind the photo is alive and unrelated to the rumor. Despite extensive investigations, the true origin of the image remains a mystery. The next photo is called smiledog.jpg. This creepypasta has been circulating the internet since 2008, initially appearing on 4chan before spreading widely. Its origins are mysterious, with no known source for the image, which only adds to its unsettling nature. In the summer of 2007, an amateur writer was trying to interview a woman named Mary E. She was believed to have first-hand experience with an urban legend he had heard about as a child. When the writer arrived at her house, Mary refused to leave her room for the interview. Her husband tried to comfort her for half an hour, but the writer eventually gave up and left, though he took notes on her incoherent ramblings and dreams through the door. The writer first encountered smiledog.jpg in 2005, an internet urban legend that fascinated him. Mary was rumored to have survived an encounter with smiledog.jpg, but there was no solid evidence of its existence, not online, on forums, or anywhere one might expect. The legend described a husky in a dimly lit room with sharp, human-like teeth. It was said that the original 400 viewers, including Mary, suffered from nightmares and seizures. While various images were circulated online, none were confirmed as the original. Later, the writer received an email from Mary, apologizing for not speaking to him and offering advice. She revealed that ever since seeing Smile Dog, she had been haunted by nightmares in which the dog urged her to spread its image. She suspected that spreading the image might free her from its torment. She even received a floppy disk, presumably containing the photo, but she couldn't bring herself to pass the curse onto the writer. A month after this email, Mary's husband contacted the writer to inform him that Mary had taken her own life. He reiterated her warnings, urging the writer not to seek out the image. Sometime later, the writer received an email from an unknown sender claiming to have seen smiledog.jpg and attached the file, encouraging the writer to spread the word. The writer debated opening the file, pondering whether the legends and Mary's warnings were true. Ultimately, he decided to attach the image to the creepypasta. This story, known as smiledog.jpg, became a classic creepypasta, standing out for its blend of mystery and horror. The image of the husky, with its human-like teeth, continues to haunt those who encounter it, making it a timeless urban legend. The anonymity of its creator and the untraceable source of the image add to its eerie allure. GIF. On March 12, 2007, an anonymous user posted a GIF on 4chan's B-board. At first glance, the GIF, titled I'm Happy.gif, appeared static, showing a simple drawing of a smiley face with realistic eyes and a mouth. However, those who clicked on it witnessed a disturbing transformation. The smiley face's grin slowly morphed into a frown, and its eyes took on an increasingly angry look. The smiley face then emitted a scream so loud it could burst eardrums, accompanied by flashes of gruesome images. After about 5 minutes, the GIF displayed the text, "Have a nice day," and the user's computer would automatically close the browser and stop functioning, as if a virus had corrupted the hard drive. Shortly after their computers were infected, the users were found in their homes, skinned and mutilated, with a smiley face painted in blood next to their bodies. The founder of 4chan, Moot, consistently claimed that the GIF never existed and that the murders were unrelated. However, some believe the image still exists in the site's archives. Attempts to repost it are typically met with swift bans. While it's likely true that the GIF never existed and none of the horrific events occurred, it's still a compelling story. The extreme claim that everyone who viewed the GIF was murdered adds to its chilling nature, making it a memorable, short creepypasta. Slenderman pictures. When it comes to creepypasta photos, many of you probably think of the iconic Jeff the Killer image. However, another set of photos that often gets overlooked are the original Slenderman pictures. Slenderman actually began as an image creepypasta, emerging from a contest on the Something Awful forums. The user Victor Surge submitted these eerie images, and they went on to win the contest, forever embedding Slenderman into internet lore. The photos came with chilling captions that added to the mystery and horror. The first image featured a quote, We didn't want to go, we didn't want to kill them, but his persistent silence and outstretched arms horrified and comforted us at the same time. This line gave a glimpse into the ominous presence of Slenderman without revealing too much. The second image had an even more intriguing caption. One of the few recovered photographs from the Sterling City Library blaze, notable for being taken on the day that 14 children vanished, and for what is referred to as the Slenderman. Fire at the library occurred 1 week later, actual photograph confiscated as evidence. This quote not only named the entity, but also hinted at its terrifying abilities. Slenderman's legend quickly grew, leading to video games, fan creations, and a significant presence on the internet. However, the character eventually became overexposed and its popularity waned. Ghost photos are images where people claim to have captured the presence of ghosts, often used as evidence of the supernatural. These photos have been scrutinized by both skeptics and believers for many years. Let's explore some of the most popular ghost images found online. One notable image from the 1950s shows an apparition in the top left corner, while the people in the photo appear completely unaware of the ghostly presence. The ghostly figure's appearance makes it difficult to determine what it might actually be. Another famous photo features a military group with a man circled as the unexpected guest. This man had died a few days before the photo was taken, yet there he is, seemingly wanting one last picture with his comrades. A particularly well-known image is the ghostly photo of John DeFeo, a boy killed in the notorious Amityville house. This picture was taken by Ed and Lorraine Warren, famed paranormal investigators. John was murdered by his older brother, along with the rest of his family, an event that inspired the Amityville horror movies. This image is said to be the last one of the boy. These ghost images are abundant on the internet. Whether these images depict real ghosts is open to speculation and discussion. The girl in the photograph is a certified classic in the world of creepypastas. Most people have likely encountered this short story online due to its perfect length for sharing and retelling. Here's the full story. One school day, a boy named Tom was sitting in class doing math, just 6 minutes away from the end of the school day. While working on his homework, something outside caught his eye. His desk was next to the window, and he noticed what looked like a photograph on the grass. As soon as school was over, he raced to the spot, eager to claim it before anyone else could. He picked it up and was delighted. It was a picture of the most beautiful girl he'd ever seen. She wore a dress, tights, and red shoes, with her hand forming a peace sign. Tom was determined to find this girl, so he ran around the school asking everyone if they knew her. To his disappointment, no one recognized her. When he got home, he asked his older sister, but she didn't know the girl either. Late that night, Tom placed the photograph on his bedside table and went to sleep. In the middle of the night, he was awakened by a tapping sound at his window, like a nail tapping. Scared, he listened as the tapping was followed by a giggle. He saw a shadow near his window, so he got out of bed, opened the window, and followed the sound of the giggling. By the time he reached the source, it had disappeared. The next day, Tom asked his neighbors if they knew the girl in the photo, but no one did. When his mother came home, he asked her too, but she also didn't know. That night, he placed the photograph on his desk and went to sleep again. Once more, he was awakened by the tapping. He took the picture and followed the giggling across the road, but suddenly he was hit by a car and died with the photograph in his hand. The driver got out and tried to help him. Then the driver saw the photograph and picked it up, noticing the girl in the picture now holding up 3 fingers. The rake is a well-known figure in internet horror lore, its origins tracing back to the early 2000s on the 4chan forum. The legend began as a series of anonymous posts recounting eerie encounters with a mysterious creature in the woods. Descriptions of the creature were consistent: a humanoid figure with pale, gaunt features, unnaturally long limbs, and large, soul-piercing eyes that seemed to look straight through those who saw it. This being became known as the Rake, a name that would come to represent one of the most chilling entities in the world of creepypasta. Even if you've never heard of the Rake before, there's a good chance you've encountered its image. The most famous depiction of the rake shows a nightmarish creature lurking in the bottom right corner of a photograph taken in a dark forest. Its glowing white eyes and long, skinny body give it an unsettling, almost otherworldly appearance. The image has been widely shared across the internet, haunting those who have seen it and sparking countless debates about its authenticity. Some claim that the rake is a malevolent entity, one that stalks its victims and appears in their darkest moments. Its piercing eyes the last thing they see before being plunged into unimaginable horror. Zalgo originated from the Something Awful forums, much like Slenderman and other creepypasta figures. Initially, Zalgo's lore centered around his ability to alter images in comics, corrupting them with an eerie, eldritch touch. These altered comics depicted the corruption of childhood innocence, crafting an entity that seemed otherworldly and malevolent. Zalgo is said to have the power to taint anything he wishes, whether it's videos, images, comics, or even text. Common phrases in Zalgo's lore include, "He is Zalgo and he comes," highlighting his role as a prophesized bringer of the apocalypse. While Zalgo's origins were firmly rooted in image manipulation, his lore has evolved over time. He has become more of an ultimate evil, a nightmarish force that plagues the internet. Everything he touches turns into nightmare fuel, solidifying his place as one of the most terrifying creepypasta entities. Tower of Silence is a creepypasta that draws from elements of the Zoroastrian tradition and urban legends to create a chilling narrative. Here's the full story. A group of Indian officials were following leads on missing person reports from a city near the deep jungle. This led them to a Tower of Silence, or Dakma. The Dakma is a site used to dispose of those who had passed away, and it was seen as a way of giving back to nature by letting birds and wild dogs eat the remains. This photograph is the only image to come from this particular incident. The weirdness goes deeper, though. None of the bodies in this photo were ever identified, and the villagers who had reported missing people said that these were not those people. Also, the usual birds and dogs were nowhere to be seen. In fact, there was no wildlife aside from flies and maggots. At the center of the tower was a pool of blood that was several feet deep. Even with the blood from every dead body there, it was still more than they would be capable of producing. The stench that the blood gave off was enough for the officials to never want to return to this particular site. The expedition met with an unexpected end when one of the villagers accidentally kicked a small bone into the pit. The pit then exploded, sending blood and liquid flying out. Those that were covered in the blood were immediately sent to the hospital and quarantined. Those people would later go mad with fever and never recover. Officials later returned to the site with hazmat suits, but were met with an unusual sight. All the bodies were gone, and the blood pit was completely empty. Slideshow is another short yet chilling creepypasta that gets straight to the point. Here's the full story. Fingers trembling with excitement, I opened the package. Just as I had hoped, it was the camera I won on eBay. With mild delight, I realized that I had received a better deal than I had planned, because the previous owner had left the memory card in the slot. Before sending an email to the seller, alerting them of the mistake, I decided to see if anything was on it. Setting the camera on slideshow, I watched as it displayed a picture of a shipping label. My confusion turned to horror as the next image was of a person brutally murdered. The rest of the card contained alternating pictures of mailing addresses, followed by murder scenes. The last image was of the shipping label from the box I had just opened. The Expressionless. In June 1972, a mysterious woman in a blood-soaked white gown appeared at Cedars-Sinai Hospital. Despite the unusual circumstances, it was the woman's inhuman appearance that sent those who saw her fleeing in terror. She resembled a mannequin with flawless skin and lifeless, emotionless eyes. Her face was devoid of any features except for heavy makeup, and she carried a kitten in her mouth, clamped so tightly that blood still dripped from its lifeless body. The woman, later known as the Expressionless, exhibited an unnatural calmness and did not resist as doctors restrained her. However, when they attempted to sedate her, she fought back with an incredible force. As one of the doctors questioned what she was, the Expressionless smiled, revealing sharp, spike-like teeth too long to fit in her mouth. Before security could arrive, she attacked, ripping out the doctor's throat and whispering chilling words into his ear before feasting on the approaching guards. The expressionless vanished after the incident, and despite the terror she left behind, she was never seen again. The Portraits is a well-known short creepypasta that has carved a niche for itself in the world of internet horror. The story is brief, just 3 paragraphs long, but it masterfully sets up a creepy premise and delivers a chilling conclusion. Here it is in full. There was a hunter in the woods who, after a long day of hunting, found himself lost in the middle of an immense forest. As night began to fall and the oppressive foliage closed in, he decided to head in one direction until he found his way out. After what felt like hours, he stumbled upon a cabin in a small clearing. Realizing how dark it had grown, he decided to see if he could stay there for the night. The hunter approached the cabin and found the door ajar. No one was inside. Exhausted, he flopped down on the single bed, intending to explain himself to the owner in the morning. As he looked around the cabin, he was surprised to see the walls adorned with several portraits, all painted in incredible detail. Without exception, they appeared to be staring down at him, their features twisted into expressions of hatred and malice. The more he stared back, the more uncomfortable he became. Making a concerted effort to ignore the many hateful faces, he turned to face the wall and, exhausted, fell into a restless sleep. The next morning, the hunter awoke to the bright sunlight streaming in. Blinking, he turned to look around and discovered something shocking. The cabin had no portraits, only windows. The Portraits is a prime example of short horror done right. It plays on the unsettling idea of being watched by strangers while you sleep in an unfamiliar place, and it doesn't over-explain itself. It gives just enough detail to instill fear and leaves the rest to the imagination. Satellite images. The story centers around a person who, due to a car accident, is confined to a wheelchair and unable to leave their apartment. To cope with their situation, they spend most of their time exploring the world through Google Earth. The narrator's typical activity involves choosing a random city, then virtually walking down its streets, observing the daily lives of people. This brought them comfort and a sense of connection to the outside world. One day, while virtually roaming the streets of Tokyo, they noticed a woman wearing distinctive red shoes, which caught their attention because the narrator owned a similar pair. This seemingly mundane observation felt like a small connection to a stranger on the internet. Feeling content, the narrator decided to call it a night. The following morning, they visited Paris via Google Earth, only to be startled by the sight of the same woman in red shoes. However, when they explored Berlin next, they encountered her again. Each time she appeared, she seemed closer to the camera, her face turning more towards the narrator. No matter which city they visited, the woman with the red shoes always appeared, getting closer with each sighting. In a final attempt to break the cycle, the narrator switched to their own city. Once again, there she was, staring directly at them. Believing it must be a prank, they checked the live camera feed outside their apartment building and saw no one. Relieved, they logged off Google Maps, determined never to use it again. However, a knock at the door shattered that peace. The narrator had installed a camera to monitor visitors. When they checked it, they were horrified to see the woman with the red shoes standing there, staring directly into the camera. Her face remained blurred, just like on Google Maps. Our next creepypasta is titled Janice. It's a rather straightforward tale about a man who delves too deep into the darker corners of the internet. We've all stumbled upon the oddities of the web, but the narrator of this story, Mark Spielman, made it his full-time occupation. Mark worked for the police department, tasked with uncovering illegal websites and reporting them to the authorities. This meant he often had to endure some of the internet's most disturbing content. After starting his job, Mark quickly got to work, uncovering what the web tried to keep hidden. His initial assignments were relatively standard until he stumbled upon a site called Sweet15.com. Given the name, Mark suspected it might be a site frequented by child predators. As he explored the website, it initially seemed aimless. The first image he clicked on was labeled Kathy.jpg, showing a young girl smiling at the camera. She appeared to be around 15 or 16 and seemed perfectly fine, not in any compromising situation. However, Mark noticed something odd. The image name had changed to Janice.jpg. Curious, Mark navigated back to the main page and clicked on another link with a different girl's name. Once again, he found himself looking at the same picture of Janice. Every link he tried led back to that same photo. Even when he brought in colleagues for help, they all saw the same image repeatedly. Despite there being nothing overtly illegal about the website, Mark felt like the site was playing a twisted joke on him. Unable to shake the feeling that there was more to discover, Mark went home that night but couldn't sleep. His mind raced, and he felt compelled to dig deeper into the site. He returned to suite15.com and scrolled through the list of names until he found a file called truejanice.jp at the bottom. Upon clicking it, he saw the same photo but in black and white. Mark discovered an embedded link within the picture and clicked it. Suddenly, his computer crashed, displaying the infamous blue screen. After some tinkering, he managed to restart his computer, only to find that all his applications had been deleted. A pop-up informed him that 1,000 photos were being copied to his main drive. The desktop background had also changed to the black and white photo of Janice, but this time, she appeared to be frowning and looked terrified. Once the download finished, Mark began examining the photos. The first image showed Janice, but as he flipped through them, he noticed subtle changes. Her smile gradually turned into a frown, and eventually she was depicted screaming in terror. The pictures became progressively darker until they were just black screens. Mark continued clicking through the images until a room appeared. At the center of the room was a bed with something covered by a blanket. As the sequence continued, a man entered the room, pulled off the blanket, revealing a girl who was bound and had her abdomen cut open. The man began operating on her while she was still alive. The second-to-last photo, numbered 999, was a close-up of the girl's face. It was Janice, lifeless and staring blankly into the camera. The final image showed a question mark with the words, "Who is Janice?" written beneath it. After the incident, Mark went missing, and the case was dropped due to a lack of leads. Detectives later discovered a code hidden in the Janice image, which, when combined, created a video file. The officers investigating this deleted the video and refused to discuss it. In the 1940s, Russian scientists allegedly conducted a disturbing experiment on 5 political prisoners, aiming to test the effects of extreme sleep deprivation. The prisoners were promised freedom if they could stay awake for 30 days, and were sealed in a small chamber, exposed to an experimental gas stimulant to keep them from sleeping. The experiment quickly spiraled into madness. Initially, the prisoners engaged in emotional conversations, but by day 6, paranoia set in, and they stopped communicating. One man began screaming uncontrollably, tearing his vocal cords, while others defecated on torn pages from books and stuck them to the chamber's glass portholes. By day 15, silence fell, and when the scientists opened the chamber, they discovered the prisoners had mutilated themselves, with flesh and internal organs exposed and self-inflicted wounds visible. The prisoners, despite their horrific injuries, violently resisted any attempt to sedate or treat them, begging to stay awake even during surgical procedures. The experiment ended in bloodshed, with only one prisoner surviving to confront the scientists, declaring that they were the embodiment of a primal madness that lurks within every human being. While the Russian sleep experiment is purely fictional, it has been influenced by real-life historical experiments and psychological studies, such as the Stanford Prison Experiment. It remains one of the most popular and terrifying creepypasta stories. This creepypasta blends elements of both video and image horror. Some of these tales often overlap into other genres. A college student, preparing for their first year, was in need of supplies, with a laptop being the last item on their list. After almost giving up, they spotted an ad in the newspaper. The student drove to a house on the edge of the woods and bought a decent Dell laptop from a man who was thin and dressed in a worn flannel jacket. What stood out was his evident relief upon selling the laptop, which the student found odd. Back at their apartment, the student booted up the laptop, only to discover it hadn't been wiped as advertised. Before they could reset it, a series of video and image files with simple names caught their eye. The first video file, titled 001, showed shaky footage from inside a car, trailing a woman who had just left a bar. The next video, 002, continued this narrative, following the woman to her home. In the following video, the car parked in the lot of the woman's house, capturing her entering. There was a brief pause before the house lights went out. Then, another person in a black hoodie quietly approached the house and entered. By the fourth video, the hooded figure was seen placing something in the bed of their truck and driving away. For a brief moment, the video showed the truck pulling up to a house that looked eerily similar to the seller's. The fifth video, shot inside a house, was almost too dark to see anything until muffled screams were heard. The camera panned up to reveal the beaten and bloody woman from the earlier footage, with the camera slowly zooming in on her face before cutting out. The sixth video introduced a new character, a woman in rubber gloves and a respirator pouring something into a bathtub. She dragged a black garbage bag, clearly containing the woman's body, and deposited it into the tub. The student turned the laptop over to the police and later discovered some details about what they had seen. The murdered woman was the girlfriend of a married man, and his wife was the one disposing of her body. However, how the man selling the laptop was connected, or why he had the same truck, remained mysteries for the police to solve. Anomaly is a creepypasta created by Rambetis. It first appeared on 4chan before being posted on the Creepypasta wiki. The narrative begins with the poster explaining that they're sharing something they shouldn't and have chosen 4chan to remain anonymous. The narrator, who works for a printing company that specializes in producing coffee table books, recounts an unusual project. These books are typically filled with images that people flip through casually but rarely read in full. The story takes a turn when an elderly man contacts the company, offering a unique project, a collection of photographs he considered invaluable. He wanted the company to publish a book titled Anomaly, reflecting the unusual nature of the images. Initially skeptical, the company was convinced to proceed after reviewing a few of the photos and accompanying descriptions. The old man was highly protective of his collection, sending only one photo at a time and requiring the return of each before sending the next. About a third of the way through the project, he suddenly withdrew, hiring a lawyer to void the contract and threatening legal action if the company attempted to publish the book. Frustrated by the wasted effort, the narrator decided to leak 14 of the photos online. The first photo shows a group of school children, taken shortly before a tragic fire in 1908 at Collinwood, Ohio, claimed the lives of all 172 students, 2 teachers, and 1 rescuer. The second image features a woman with a large dog. It was taken by folklorist Charlie Noonan, who disappeared after seeking out this mysterious woman in Oklahoma. The camera, later found at a pawn shop, contained this final image. The third photo depicts Union Army soldiers just before the Battle of Antietam. The man on the far right lost half his face and an arm, with the damage in the photo corresponding to his injuries. The fourth image allegedly shows the only existing photograph of the Axeman of New Orleans, taken by a traveling French photographer whose daughter found the image after his death. The fifth photo, taken in the Grand Caverns of southwestern Virginia, appears to show cryptids living in the caves. The photographer, Orrin Jeffries, fled the cave in fear after capturing this eerie image. The sixth picture, taken at the scene of a car crash, shows the ghostly figures of twins who died in the accident, seemingly watching the aftermath as their mother survived. The seventh photo captures a group of children with a donkey. Tragically, they were dismembered in an accident, precisely where the damage on the photograph appears. The eighth image shows a ghost attending the hanging of her murderer, a drifter who had taken her life and was subsequently executed by the townspeople. The ninth photo depicts a woman lost in the underground tunnels of an asylum. The 10th image captures a family photo with the ghostly presence of a deceased uncle, known for his pranks, who appears as a final joke. 11. In 1935, a woman named Josephine Yerno disappeared during her nightly walk. She reappeared 3 years later, unaware of the passage of time, and continued her walks until she vanished again. The 11th photo shows her on one of these walks. 12. The 12th image depicts a mill notorious for child labor, with a ghostly figure visible in a window unreflected in the lake below. A 9-year-old girl tragically lost her life at this mill, leading to the implementation of child labor laws. 13. The 13th photo shows a girl named Lily Palmer dressed for Halloween with her nanny. Later that year, Lily tried to claw out her own eyes, claiming to see things crawling in them. This image supposedly captures the onset of her mysterious illness. Okay, so the 14th one is a photo of the first ever atom bomb, and some people say the uncropped version shows a UFO. But I stared and didn't find it, so I'll just read the most common description given with this 14th photo. This is one of several famous photographs taken of the first ever nuclear detonation. Conducted by the U.S. Army on July 16, 1945, in the White Sands Proving Ground, located in the Jornada del Muerto Desert, about 35 miles southeast of Socorro, New Mexico. The setting off of this implosion-designed plutonium device, the same method used in the Fat Man device dropped on Nagasaki, ushered in the atomic age and the eventual arms race between the United States and Russia. Only a handful of people were aware that this photo was cropped before it was ever released to the public, and they are all now dead. One of them was the original photographer, who gave the author a copy of the original on the condition that it be kept out of the public eye until such a time that the citizens of the world could handle the ramifications of what it depicts. The author remains uncertain whether this criteria has been met, but given that he likely owns the last extant copy, he has decided his responsibility rests with the truth. Mickey Mouse Basement. Mickey Mouse, the beloved cartoon character created by Walt Disney, has been a source of joy for children and adults alike for generations. However, the internet has a way of taking even the most innocent figures and casting them in a disturbing light. And there is one particular image that does just that with Mickey Mouse. The photograph in question reveals an old, dilapidated basement that appears to have long been abandoned. The atmosphere is dark and unsettling, with every corner of the room exuding an air of decay and neglect. In the distance, peering around a corner, is a figure dressed in a Mickey Mouse costume. But this is no ordinary costume. The man wearing it seems to be intentionally evoking a sense of fear rather than joy. The mask, distorted and squished, gives the character an eerie, almost grotesque appearance, far removed from the friendly face known to millions. The unsettling nature of the image lies in its stark contrast to the cheerful and wholesome character Mickey Mouse is meant to embody. It's as if the familiar has been twisted into something nightmarish, leaving viewers with an uneasy feeling that lingers long after they've looked away. This man. Have you ever seen him in your dreams? This mysterious figure is said to have appeared in the dreams of people around the world, primarily those living in major cities. In these dreams, he might engage in conversation, offer advice, or simply be a presence. Intriguingly, everyone who claims to have seen him in their dreams insists they've never encountered him in real life. The story suggests that at least 2,000 people undergoing therapy reported seeing this man. The nature of the dreams varied significantly. In some, he was a kind and helpful figure, while in others, he exhibited violent and malevolent behavior. Despite numerous reports, no one has identified a real person matching this man's distinct features. As it turns out, this man isn't a supernatural entity, but a creation of a marketing company. The figure was designed as part of a publicity stunt, possibly to promote a yet-to-be-released movie. A website, thisman.org, was set up as part of the hoax, featuring fabricated accounts and images from the public trying to identify the man. The site also contained theories attempting to legitimize the phenomenon. While this clever marketing ploy didn't seem to promote anything specific, it did succeed in embedding this man's image into the collective subconscious of the internet. Pass It On is a creepypasta story from the No Sleep subreddit. The story centers on a young, imaginative child who invents a game to stave off boredom in class. Before the game, the narrator would often daydream, but this new activity quickly became a favorite. The game had no official name, as naming it would spoil the fun. The kids simply referred to it as taking notes. The rules were simple. The narrator would write something on a piece of paper, anything from a joke to a story fragment or random words, and pass it to another student, who would then add to it before passing it along. The first rule was to avoid getting caught by the teacher. The second rule required each recipient to contribute to the note. The final rule was to pass it on after adding something. The game concluded when the paper returned to the narrator, who would read the contributions aloud during recess, much to the amusement of their classmates. This activity made the narrator the most popular kid in class, helping them to make real friends and rely less on their imagination. The game started innocently, with the narrator writing something down and passing it around. However, things took a dark turn when the note reached a girl named Lydia. She screamed and dropped the paper, claiming she saw a big spider. The game continued until the note returned to the narrator. Lydia approached the narrator later, asking them not to share the note at lunch, which puzzled them until they looked at it. The note, which began with the usual childish scribbles, contained a gruesome drawing halfway down the page. It depicted Lydia tearing herself open, rendered with a skill far beyond that of any classmate. The narrator agreed not to show the note, claiming it was lost. The next day, the class felt different, especially since Lydia's chair was empty. The atmosphere was tense, particularly among those who had seen the drawing. Despite initial reluctance, the narrator started a new note, which circulated until it returned with another disturbing image, this time of a classmate named Brian. The following day, Brian was also absent. Desperate to end the game, the narrator wrote, "I don't want to play anymore," but the note inexplicably read, "Pass it on," in perfect cursive, unlike the narrator's handwriting. The note continued circulating until the teacher, Mrs. Knott, confiscated it, placing it in her desk drawer. The game seemed over, but 7 students never returned to school. The children were spared the details, but the narrator instinctively knew what had happened to their missing classmates. Years later, while drinking alone in a bar, the narrator encountered an elderly woman who looked vaguely familiar. The woman, who turned out to be Mrs. Knott, handed them the original note, which she had kept all these years. Cursed Teletubbies is a bizarre and unsettling image that's been circulating online for years. The photo features a child in a hospital bed, surrounded by people dressed in what appear to be homemade off-brand Teletubbies costumes. These costumes are far from the cheerful characters from the children's show, adding an eerie vibe to the scene. Upon closer inspection, the original photo seems to have been taken in a hospital, as indicated by the hospital bed, IV pole, and a poster of Dutch footballer Dennis Bergkamp, suggesting the location might be in the Netherlands. Interestingly, the image looks like a photo of another photo, and the earliest known appearance of it online was in a Reddit post from December 2nd, 2015. The post was captioned with a sarcastic remark about how being sick as a kid wasn't bad enough, referring to the unsettling presence of the strange Teletubbies. The original uploader later commented that they saw the image on the wall of a children's ward in an English hospital, under a heading about celebrities who visited. While we now have some clues about the photo's origins and location, the identities of the child in the image and the people in the costumes remain a mystery. Red Moon is a creepypasta written by Avenging Angel. On July 18, 2020, NASA launched a spacecraft named the Goliath, carrying 6 crew members on a mission to establish the first colony on the moon. The mission required maintaining radio communication, which was only possible on the side of the moon facing Earth. As a result, the astronauts were instructed to remain on that side to ensure constant contact. The chosen location for the colony was relatively smooth, with few craters, making it ideal for their needs. The astronauts were to keep electronic journals throughout the mission, documenting their experiences. The primary risk they faced came from meteors, as the moon's lack of atmosphere offered no protection against them. Initially, the daily journals were routine, filled with discussions about potential sites for schools and hospitals, infrastructure plans considering the moon's gravity, and other practical considerations. However, on September 17th, the messages stopped, and there was no word from the crew. NASA waited, hoping it was a simple delay. Eventually, the missing videos were recovered, revealing the following. The first video, dated September 16th, shows the astronauts exploring a crater near their designated colony site. The 10-minute video seems normal until the crew mentions hearing scratching noises from within the crater. These sounds weren't audible in the recording. The second video from September 17th captures the crew investigating a much larger crater. As they approach, the scratching noises become distinct and unsettling. One astronaut, visibly frustrated, walks toward the crater's edge, only to be abruptly pulled in by an unknown force. The video cuts off. The final video has a different title, Code 7700 Please Help. In it, an astronaut, visibly distressed, speaks urgently into the camera from an oxygen tent. He reports that communication with NASA is down and that 2 crew members have been killed. As the scratching noise intensifies, the camera is knocked aside, capturing the scene's chaotic final moments. Blood splatters against the tent as the video ends abruptly. A 4-man team was later sent to repair the communication tower. Upon their return, none of them were willing to discuss what they had witnessed. The painting is our next creepypasta, written by Meek and available on creepypasta.com. There are actually 2 stories with this name, and given its simplicity, it's likely there are countless others with the same title. The narrator begins by recounting the story of his brother's disappearance, more accurately, his kidnapping. The kidnapper was described as meticulous and professional, as there were no fingerprints or signs of forced entry. However, the narrator knows the truth. It all started when their dad discovered a painting in the attic. The painting depicted a tall gray house surrounded by grass, perched on a cliff's edge overlooking the ocean. The narrator's mom recognized the words written on the back of the painting as Welsh, but didn't translate them. While the narrator didn't like the painting, his dad loved it and hung it in the boy's room. One night, the narrator woke up at 2 a.m., feeling hot and sweaty. Noticing his brother Jaime still asleep, he quietly got some water from the kitchen. When he returned, he noticed a strange black shape on the painting, a shape resembling a man that he hadn't seen before. The next day, the figure was gone, and no one believed him, not even himself. The following night, the figure reappeared, this time larger and in a different position. Terrified, the narrator hid under his blanket and eventually fell asleep. The next night, he woke again at 2 a.m. and found the painting completely black. Paralyzed with fear, he crept towards the bedroom door and ran to the bathroom, locking the door behind him. As he hid in the tub, he heard the creaking of floorboards and someone approaching the bathroom door. When he called out, he received no response, only the sound of scratching on the wood. The scratching stopped, and whatever it was, walked away. The next morning, he woke to his dad banging on the door, calling for the 2 boys. When only the narrator emerged, they called the police. On the bathroom door, they found deep gash marks. To this day, his brother has never been found, and the narrator is convinced that the entity from the painting took him. The painting itself changed. Now, a small child inside the house appeared to be crying, looking suspiciously like his brother. But no one believed him. Now an adult, the narrator keeps the painting in the attic, occasionally hearing footsteps from up there. He calls out his brother's name each time, but there's never a response. The image associated with this creepypasta is The Crying Boy by Bruno Amadio. SCP-3199. SCP-3199 represents a species of sapient Category 5 biological entities with currently unknown origins. Tissue samples from these entities show a mix of DNA from silky chicken, chimpanzee, stoat, adder, and human. These creatures are typically hairless, covered in a thin layer of albumin-like secretion, and stand at an average height of 2.9 meters. Mature specimens weigh around 780 kilograms, while hatchlings weigh approximately 360 kilograms. Autopsies have revealed that the cervical vertebrae of mature SCP-3199 instances are made of cartilage instead of bone. This allows their necks and throats to twist and dislocate up to 340 degrees in either direction, which is crucial for their unusual reproductive process. SCP-3199 are opportunistic hunters, targeting live subjects within an as-yet unidentified radius of about 0.6 kilometers around hatchlings that haven't reached full maturity. Their average speed is recorded at 25 kilometers per hour. Upon contact with humans or other animals, SCP-3199 will proceed to liquefy the internal organs and bone structures of their prey. The resulting cadaver is then moved to the nearest hatchling. Regardless of SCP-3199's appearance, the accompanying image is chilling. It evokes a profound sense of dread, making it something you definitely want to avoid encountering, especially at night. Level 94 is a well-known entry in the Backroom's lore, often depicted as a classic liminal space image. Interestingly, this image existed before the Backrooms gained widespread popularity. On April 30th, 2022, someone posted on Reddit asking for more information about the image. The top comment revealed that the image was created by an artist named Gabriel Traversat, linking to their Tumblr page. If you scroll through their Tumblr, you'll eventually find the original Level 94 image. Traversat crafted this eerie scene by combining and editing various photos to give it a dreamlike quality. The same artist is also responsible for another famous liminal space photo. This one features a house with a rainbow, a surreal image that became iconic in its own right. Even though these images were clearly digitally manipulated and not real locations, many people, including the original commenter, found them so serene and inviting that they wished they could actually visit or live in such places. Danny Boy is a creepypasta that first appeared on the Creepypasta Wiki in 2015, attributed to a user named Jake Wick. Though not overly long, its intriguing format presents it like a real missing persons case. The 1980s in America, especially during the so-called Satanic Panic, wasn't an ideal time for kids. Children were disappearing frequently, and many believed cults were to blame. I grew up in a small town in the Sunshine State, but as time passed, things became increasingly bleak. My life took a downturn when I was 12, living in a modest one-story house with my parents and my 8-year-old brother Danny. Danny could be quite annoying, constantly getting on my nerves, though I loved him deeply. Occasionally, we got along, and those moments were genuinely special. Our time together ended on April 13, 1984, a day that now feels like a distant, dreamlike memory. After school, Danny and I returned home to find our father still at work and our mother gone, leaving a note on the fridge. "Please run to the supermarket and pick up eggs so I can make you a cake." The next day was my birthday, something I had almost forgotten. I instructed Danny to stay home while I ran to the store, but he insisted on coming along. After some argument, I realized I couldn't leave an 8-year-old alone, as my parents would have been furious. I reluctantly agreed, telling him to keep quiet as we left for the store. Naturally, he pestered me the entire way. By the time we arrived at the supermarket, I was at my wit's end. I pulled Danny aside and scolded him, though in hindsight, I wish I had just embraced his irritating behavior. I turned away and headed straight for the poultry aisle, relieved to find the eggs quickly. With the eggs in hand, I went to check out and then looked for Danny. To my horror, he was nowhere to be found. Frantically, I searched the store, asking customers if they had seen a short, blonde boy. No one had. Desperate, I asked customer service to call for him, but Danny never came. The worst part was returning home to tell my parents. My birthday the next day was the worst one ever, and I still despise that day for this reason. The police searched for weeks, and my parents tirelessly posted missing person signs around town. I couldn't fathom what had happened. My parents scolded me nightly, and I sank into depression, turning to alcohol for solace. After a month, the search was called off with no leads. A few weeks later, the police summoned my parents, showing them a photograph found in the parking lot of an abandoned store. The case remains open to this day. The narrative of this story resembles a missing persons documentary, detailing the events leading up to Danny's disappearance and the discovery of a piece of evidence that keeps the story alive. Teddy isn't your typical image-based creepypasta. I don't know its origin or what exactly it depicts, but that's not the point. It's downright creepy. The creepypasta begins with the narrator recounting how their sister owned a creepy stuffed teddy bear with an unsettlingly realistic face. The bear terrified the narrator so much that they refused to be in the same room as it. Because the family had a dog, the bear had to be placed on a high shelf in the hallway to prevent it from being chewed on. Every night, as the narrator headed to bed, they would catch a glimpse of the bear's face peeking around the corner, always seeming to stare at them. As the years passed and the sister outgrew the bear, it was relegated to a toy cabinet which unfortunately ended up in the narrator's room. Night after night, they would wake up to see the bear staring in their direction from the cabinet. One night, however, the bear was no longer in the cabinet, but on the floor at the end of the room. Assuming it had simply fallen, the narrator went back to sleep. Waking up again, they found the bear had moved closer. After a brief struggle with sleep, they opened their eyes to find the bear at the foot of the bed. Panicked, the narrator pulled the covers over their head. When they peeked out again, the bear was gone. Dismissing it as a sleep-deprived hallucination, they tried to settle back into sleep. But then, they opened their eyes once more and saw the bear above them on the bed. The bear lunged, and the narrator jumped out of bed, screaming. In a fit of terror, the narrator grabbed the bear and threw it into the fireplace, watching with relief as it burned. Now 19, and moving into their own place, they found a large box left on the front porch. Upon bringing it inside, they discovered a cupboard they didn't remember packing. They left it in the living room, but when they returned, there it was, the bear sitting on the cupboard, staring right at them. The story itself is decent, but that image is truly unsettling. It's a classic tale of a haunted or possessed item. New cell phone is a short creepypasta, so I'll read it in full. It goes like this. A couple of months ago, my friend's cousin, a single mother, bought a new cell phone. After a long day at work, she came home, placed her phone on the counter, and went to watch TV. Her son approached her and asked if he could play with her new phone. She told him not to call anyone or mess with the text messages, and he agreed. At around 11:20 p.m., feeling drowsy, she decided to tuck her son in and go to bed. She walked to his room, but he wasn't there. Panicked, she ran to the other room and found him asleep on her bed, with the phone in his hand. Relieved, she gently took the phone from his hand to check it. As she browsed through the phone, she noticed only minor changes, like a new background and some other small tweaks. Then she opened her saved pictures. She started deleting the photos her son had taken until only one new picture remained. When she first saw it, she was in disbelief. It was a photo of her son sleeping on her bed, but the picture was taken by someone else. The photo showed the left half of an elderly woman's face hovering above him. The image in question is on screen now. It's a chilling story that feels disturbingly plausible, adding to its eerie nature. The 4 children for sale photo is a haunting image that occasionally resurfaces on meme pages and various corners of the internet. At first glance, it might seem like some sort of dark joke. After all, who would actually sell their children? But tragically, this photograph is all too real. Taken in 1948, it shows 4 children being put up for sale by their mother in Chicago, Illinois, as the family struggled with crippling poverty. Though there were rumors that the mother had been paid to stage the photo, the heartbreaking truth is that she was genuinely trying to sell her children. Within 2 years of the photo being taken, all 4 kids, along with a baby she was carrying, were sold off to different families. Ryan and her brother Milton were sold for just $2 to an abusive family, where they were forced to work long hours in fields and were even confined to a barn. Milton recalls being called a slave by his so-called new father. The other 2 children, Lana and Ellen, were adopted into different families, which fortunately spared them from the harsh conditions their siblings endured. The photo remains a powerful reminder of the desperation and heartbreak some families faced during that time. Crime scene photos. Matt Rogers stood outside the Southgate Hotel, drenched from the relentless downpour. It was 11:54 p.m. October 4th, 2015, and his friend John Grahams was supposed to have met him over an hour ago. Growing impatient, Matt finally decided to call John's cell phone, wondering what had held him up. After a few rings, someone answered, but it wasn't John. A voice on the other end identified itself as a Yorkshire police officer, PC James Hartman. The officer calmly informed Matt that his friend John had been murdered. The shock hit Matt hard. Just 3 hours earlier, he had spoken to John, and now he was being told that his friend was dead. The officer mentioned that they were at the scene of the crime behind the Harrington pub in the city center. Matt knew the place well and promised to be there in 10 minutes. When Matt arrived, the area was swarming with police officers and detectives. Yellow tape was being set up around the crime scene. Matt approached the officer he had spoken to on the phone, who confirmed that Matt was now considered a suspect in the case. The horror of the situation intensified for Matt, as he realized he was now connected to this brutal crime in ways he couldn't fully understand. PC Hartman asked Matt if there was anyone who should be informed about John's death. Matt thought for a moment before offering to call John's family himself. He scrolled through his contacts and called John's brother, Jack. The conversation was tense. Jack was understandably distraught, disbelieving, and angry when Matt delivered the news that John had been murdered. Jack demanded to know who had done it, but Matt had no answers to give. He warned Jack that he too might be considered a suspect and urged him to come to the crime scene quickly. Jack, still in shock and disbelief, questioned whether Matt was playing some kind of sick joke. Matt, frustrated and desperate to be believed, insisted that he was telling the truth. To convince Jack of the seriousness of the situation, Matt decided to send him photos of the crime scene. He took out his phone and, using the poor quality camera, snapped a few pictures of John's lifeless body. Blood covered the area, and a knife protruded from John's stomach. Matt attached the images to a message with the captions, "Jack, this is not a joke, and your brother has been murdered." Soon after, Jack called back, sounding panicked. He claimed to know who had killed John, saying it must be Adam. According to Jack, the leather jacket John was wearing in the photo had been given to him by Adam 2 days earlier. Jack was certain that Adam was responsible, but Matt found the logic shaky at best. Still, Jack was adamant and promised to explain everything once he arrived. Minutes later, Jack's motorbike roared around the corner, and he pulled up to the crime scene. As Jack approached, he continued to rant about the leather jacket, convinced that it somehow implicated Adam in the murder. Matt, still unable to make sense of the connection, watched Jack hurry over to the police officers, determined to tell them his suspicions. As Jack spoke with the police, a chilling realization washed over Matt. In all the chaos, he remembered something crucial, something that made his blood run cold. During their phone conversation, he had never told Jack where the crime scene was located. Yet, Jack had arrived at the exact spot without any guidance. The photos, the jacket, and Adam, it all seemed irrelevant now. The real horror was standing right in front of him. Jack had known where to go without being told. The End. The End is a widely recognized liminal space image that has captured the imagination of internet users for many years. Known within the Backrooms lore as a false end, this image depicts an eerie library bathed in unsettling yellow lighting, reminiscent of the infamous Backrooms aesthetic. The photo shows an abandoned library with a prominent sign that reads, "The End." It turns out the image was captured inside a Borders bookstore. Borders was a chain of bookstores, music stores, and cafes that operated from 1971 until it went out of business in 2014. A man from the city was coming to take our photograph. I'd never had my picture taken before. My parents had one of my brother James when he was a baby, but Eliza and I hadn't been born yet. That picture hangs over our mantel in a gold frame. Dad used to say we'd have a family photo taken when we could afford it. Now he says better late than never. James and I were drawing in the living room while Mom and Dad sat in the kitchen, sipping water and tea. Mom was quietly crying. Catherine, Dad said, "We can't let this destroy us. We did the best we could." Mom mumbled something about finding a better doctor, but Dad reassured her that there was nothing more we could have done. Upstairs, Eliza lay in her best Sunday dress, looking peaceful as if she were just sleeping. A few days ago, Dr. Coffin had visited. Eliza had been moaning for hours before Mom went to take care of her, moving me to James's room for the night. I heard her retching all night. The next day, I asked Dr. Coffin what was wrong. He smiled lazily, revealing 2 gold teeth, and said, "Your little sister is very sick, but I'll do everything I can." Mom told me Eliza had a bad fever, and that I could see her if I wanted, as long as I didn't wake her. The house was quiet and dark as I crept upstairs. Eliza's room was almost pitch black, save for a few rays of sunlight falling at the foot of her bed. Her forehead was red and wet, her hair matted to it. I touched her, and she was burning up. The man from the city was downstairs talking to Dad about how much a daguerreotype photograph would cost. Mom and I were in Eliza's room. She was brushing Eliza's hair while I placed flowers around her. I didn't like looking at Eliza. I'd seen a dead person before, Uncle Jed, who was killed by robbers. Even with bullet holes in his cheeks and dark circles under his eyes, there was something certain, something definite about him. But with Eliza, it was the stillness that scared me. It looked like she could have been alive, but there was no gentle rise and fall of her chest, no soft whistle of breath from her nostrils. The absence of these small signs made my stomach churn with unease. Dad's voice echoed from downstairs, asking if we were ready. I answered, and soon footsteps started up the stairs. Dad entered, followed by the tall man with the camera, and James, who looked like he didn't want to be there. The photographer, with a face as lined as wood, examined Eliza. "If you want this to be a family portrait and memorial," he said in a thick German accent, "I'll need to decorate the girl to make her appear alive." He pulled out a small paint set and said he'd paint her eyes to make them look open. My father glanced at my mother, who nodded through her tears. The man knelt beside Eliza's bed, and a few minutes later, he stood up, saying she was ready. When we looked at Eliza, we saw that he had painted eyes on her eyelids, thin black lines with a brown iris and jet black pupils. He'd even added eyelashes. The eyes weren't grotesque, but they were just off. Eliza's eyes were blue, not brown. Something about it felt wrong. It was as if those painted eyes had brought her back from death, even if only a little. The man asked if we were ready, and we gathered around Eliza's bed. He warned us that the exposure would take 40 to 50 seconds, so we needed to stay as still as possible to avoid blurring. I figured Eliza's face would come out perfectly clear. Eliza was buried the next day. We held a funeral for her at St. Catherine's Church and buried her in the graveyard next to it. Mom wept when the casket was closed, realizing she'd never see Eliza again. The tiny coffin seemed odd to me, and though James struggled with carrying it, he managed. A lot of people came, all dressed in black, while Eliza lay in white. They washed the paint off her eyes before laying her to rest, but she still made me uneasy, though I couldn't pinpoint why. We placed the photograph in a gold frame on the mantel. It was comforting to see her face and remember her, but after a few weeks, I began to look at the photograph less. One day, I stopped and studied it again, noticing something that filled me with a sinking dread. As I stared at Eliza's face in the photo, I felt a cold, creeping fear. Something was wrong, but I couldn't figure out what it was. I squinted at her thin cheeks, her pursed lips, and those painted eyes, trying to understand. It felt like something monstrous was just beyond my sight, grinning at me while I searched for it. Then, suddenly, I remembered what the man with the camera had said that day. The realization hit me like a heavy stone, explaining the unnatural fear that had been growing inside me. As the truth dawned on me, the room spun, and I was struck by numb, raw shock. I wondered how I hadn't noticed it before, recalling how long it had been since the burial, and how tired Dr. Coffin had looked the last time he visited. Eliza, unlike the rest of us, was blurry. Attachment 1 is a short but chilling creepypasta written by Top Ramen. Here's a summary of the story. You hear a sound. It's your phone. Picking it up, you see a message from an anonymous number. You ignore it since your mom is the only one who has your number, and it's a new phone. You return to what you were doing, but the phone buzzes again. Another message. Annoyed, you decide to reply and inform them they've got the wrong number. Just then, you hear a thud against your window. You check, but no one is there. Another sound from your phone draws your attention. A new message, this time with an attachment. Curiosity piqued, you open it. It's an image. In fact, it's 3 images. They are photos of you, taken from inside your closet. If you've ever explored the dark corners of the internet for creepy images, there's a good chance you've encountered the name Eyeless Jack, or at least the chilling image associated with him. Even if the name is unfamiliar, the image itself is hard to miss. A figure in a tight, dark hoodie, wearing a white mask with large black holes where the eyes should be, looming ominously over what appears to be a bed. The first appearance of this unsettling image dates back to June 7, 2010, when a user named Arnon posted it on the online forum 4chan under a thread titled Nightmare Fuel. The thread included a collection of disturbing images from various sources, including video games. Among these was the original picture of eyeless Jack, which has haunted viewers ever since. Despite being widely reposted across the internet, it wasn't until 2012 that a story was crafted to accompany the image. The narrator describes waking up to see a creature in a black hoodie and a dark blue mask with no nose or mouth, staring down at them. The figure has no eyes, just empty black sockets oozing a black substance. According to the original story, eyeless Jack was once a normal 19-year-old named Jack Nyras. He became a victim of a cult's horrifying ritual, which involved removing his eyes and filling the sockets with a mixture of tar and blood. Something went wrong during the ritual, transforming Jack into the creature depicted in the image. The creepypasta goes on to describe how eyeless Jack became a serial killer, known for sneaking into people's homes at night and surgically removing their kidneys while they slept. By the time his victims wake up, their kidneys are already gone, eaten by the creature. I found a digital camera in the woods. The story begins with someone discovering a silver box in the woods, which turns out to be a digital camera with pre-existing photos on it. The rest of the creepypasta consists of examining these eerie photos. Let's delve into these photos together and see what we uncover. The first image seems unremarkable at first glance. Some claim there's a bloody handprint on the tree to the right, but it looks normal to me. The second image features a sign urging people to stop, with nothing particularly creepy around it. However, it hints at the photographer venturing into a restricted area. Image 3 is where the atmosphere really starts to build. It sets the story's tone more effectively than words could. Moving on, many of the subsequent images might not seem noteworthy at first. In the next significant image, you can spot a man or a man-like figure lurking behind a tree. Image 8 is another atmospheric shot, where some believe they see a small creature watching from above. It's unclear if it's something significant, but it warrants further examination. Image 9 shows eyes peering down, with a similar shape to the one in the prior image, suggesting the presence of more creatures. Image 11 captures an old structure in the woods, where a figure can be seen standing in a window. Image 15 shows an anarchy symbol spray-painted on the building's walls, which could also be interpreted as pentagrams. In image 17, we finally see the creature, which appears to move lopsidedly. Following this, there's a photo of a tower in the fog, with subsequent images documenting the photographer's ascent. Eventually, they reach a point where they can remove a plank, revealing a humanoid creature on the other side. This figure somewhat resembles the rake, though it's hard to be certain. The final series of photos show the photographer trying to escape, with the last image taken from the ground, likely where the camera was found. The Cooper family falling body photo is a notorious cursed image that first appeared online in 2009. The story behind it claims that in the 1950s, the Cooper family purchased an old house. One evening, the father took a photo of his two children, their mother, and their grandmother. However, when the film was developed, the family was shocked to see what appeared to be a body falling from the ceiling on the left side of the image. This unexpected and eerie discovery left them deeply unsettled, as no such figure was present when the photo was taken. While this tale has become the most commonly associated explanation for the image, many believe the photo is a fake. On Reddit, users have speculated about its authenticity. One popular theory suggests that the unsettling figure was added as a prank by someone developing the film. The family, unaware of the prank, believed they had captured something paranormal. Such pranks were not uncommon at the time, as double exposure techniques were often used to create ghost images as novelty items. Interestingly, someone claiming to be one of the boys from the Cooper family later came forward. He stated that he and his brother were the two boys in the photo, which was taken in 1959. However, he mentioned that he had never seen this particular photo before, as his mother had a habit of discarding pictures she didn't like. The man also pointed out that their last name was actually Copper, not Cooper, and expressed frustration that someone had altered a family photograph and created a fictional story around it. However, it's important to remember that anyone can claim to be someone they're not on the internet, so the true origins of the photo and the identity of the supposed falling body remain a mystery. I looked through some old family pictures and something doesn't add up, is a story from the No Sleep subreddit, posted in 2019 by Rainwriter. It follows a man named Steven who notices something peculiar while revisiting his family photo album. The story opens with Steven reminiscing about his parents who passed away 2 years earlier. In his nostalgia, he begins flipping through the family photo album. One photo in particular always puzzled him. A picture taken when he was very young, standing in front of a restaurant. Determined to find the location, Steven embarks on a journey to track down the town and restaurant where the photo was taken. After some research, he concludes that the restaurant must no longer exist, as the town he visits has no such establishment. Undeterred, Steven posts the photo on a German subreddit, seeking assistance. Initially, the responses offer no substantial leads. But then, Steven receives a message from an unfamiliar user named Michael. Michael claims to have a photo identical to Steven's, but with different people in it. Intrigued, Steven replies, and Michael sends a link to the image. Astonishingly, the photo is an exact replica, down to the smallest detail, except for the people featured. The two men continue their conversation, discovering that many of their family photos are eerily identical, aside from the individuals in them. This unsettling revelation prompts Steven and Michael to arrange a meeting. Steven brings his photo album to Michael's house, where they exchange greetings and start comparing pictures. Steven notices Michael's elaborate computer setup, indicating he works online extensively. As they sift through the photos, they realize that Steven's photos are dated 2005, while Michael's are from 1992, a 13-year difference, yet otherwise identical. The conversation shifts to their parents, both of whom died 2 years earlier, under different circumstances. Neither could recall the exact dates of their deaths, adding to their confusion. As night falls, Steven decides to head home, leaving some photos with Michael for further examination. Michael mentions a friend who could determine if the images were doctored. Steven returns home, awaiting updates. A day later, Michael contacts Steven, urging him to check his email. The images were confirmed as doctored, with the backgrounds taken from Soviet Union propaganda photos. This revelation baffles both men, who cannot comprehend why someone would create these fake memories, or how they could recall places that never existed. Michael promises to dig deeper and get back to Steven. However, a few days later, Steven receives a distressing phone call from Michael, urging him not to investigate further. Before Steven can ask why, Michael hangs up. Subsequent attempts to reach him go unanswered. Days later, Steven learns from a tabloid that Michael has died by suicide, jumping from a bridge. In desperation, Steven sneaks into Michael's house, finding his computer smashed and papers scattered. Among the documents, Steven discovers scientific reports detailing various stages of a memory alteration project. These reports reveal that test subjects were implanted with artificial memories to simulate normal lives. The documents outline procedures such as growth acceleration, mind enhancement, and social behavior therapy, culminating in a report on project termination. The project was deemed unsuccessful, and test subjects were to be euthanized, though some, including Steven, were left under surveillance to observe their adaptability. As Steven sifts through the papers, he hears intruders discussing Michael and the subject's interactions. He flees, realizing he has no genuine memories of his parents or his past, only fabricated images. Level 188, also known as the Courtyard of Windows, is one of the most recognizable and eerie levels within the Backrooms mythos. Classified as a Class 5 difficulty level, it is considered highly unsafe due to the presence of hostile entities. Despite its danger, the level has gained significant notoriety, in large part due to a striking image associated with it, an image that has been widely circulated among fans of the Backrooms. The photograph in question is not merely a work of fiction. It is a real photo taken at a real location, the Holiday Inn at London Heathrow. The hotel's architecture is strange and almost surreal, with its labyrinthine corridors and unique design, making it an ideal candidate for the Backroom's unsettling atmosphere. I found a disturbing photo in my family photo album is a creepypasta written by KM, posted in 2020. The story follows an unnamed narrator who uncovers a chilling family secret. The tale begins with the narrator explaining their mother's strict rule about never looking through the family photo album. As a child, the narrator was curious, but eventually forgot about the forbidden album. Recently, the narrator noticed their mother appearing physically and emotionally weaker, prompting more frequent visits. One night, after returning from an evening with friends, the narrator finds their mother absent, and the photo album conspicuously placed on the coffee table. Seizing the opportunity, they carefully open the album. At first, the photos are unsurprising, old images of their mom and grandparents. But one photo catches the narrator's eye, a picture of their grandfather as a teenager, holding a baby. The baby appears normal in size, but has the face of an old woman, an unsettling image that was the oldest in the album. Determined to uncover the truth, the narrator visits their grandparents at a nursing home. A normal conversation quickly turns tense when the narrator mentions the photo, prompting their grandfather to angrily refuse to discuss it. The narrator, now more curious than ever, decides to visit the old family house, which had been passed down through generations. They plan a trip, saying goodbye to their mother and heading to the house. Upon arrival, the narrator finds the house in surprisingly good condition. Inside, it looks like a typical home from its era, mostly empty except for an old non-functional TV. As they explore, a strange noise from the wall catches their attention, like an animal trapped inside. Despite rationalizing that old houses make noises, the sound seems too peculiar to ignore. The narrator rushes to a local DIY store, buys a hatchet, and returns to the house. They pry up a floorboard and shine a flashlight into the dark space below. As the noise intensifies, they remove a second floorboard, creating enough room to look inside. Here's the exact quote describing what they saw. There in the corner of the crawl space was the most repulsive and disgusting creature I have ever seen. It had human-like flesh that sagged like a puddle around its lump-like body, as if it was wearing a skin that was far too big for it. Its lifeless, hollow black eyes stared back at me like I was looking into eternal darkness. It seemed almost human. It had hands and feet with nails that curled around like infectious, discolored spirals. It opened its mouth to reveal the most rotten and vile teeth I've ever seen. There were many of them, racked up inside the mouth of the being, as if it had grown multiple sets of teeth on top of one another. They varied in decay as they went further into its mouth. Horrified, the narrator calls the police, who instruct them to leave the house while they handle the situation. Traumatized, the narrator avoids their family for a while. Weeks later, they return to their mother's house, only to find new tenants who claim no knowledge of her. Desperate for answers, the narrator visits the nursing home, only to learn their grandfather was arrested for imprisoning and torturing his sister. The chilling revelation raises more questions than it answers, leaving the narrator and readers unsettled. The photograph is another short creepypasta. During one summer in the 1950s, a group of friends stumbled upon an old, abandoned house deep in the woods. Intrigued, they decided to explore inside. In the center of one room, they found a water hole. 3 of the boys decided to swim, while the others stayed dry and took pictures with a camera they had brought along. Fast forward 30 years to 1982, when a man hiking in the same woods discovered an old camera. He took it to the local police station, hoping to find its owner. The police managed to develop the film, though most of the photos were too damaged to be useful. However, a few survived, including the last one taken before the camera was lost. It captures the boys in the abandoned house, but something is disturbingly wrong with their faces, which appear distorted and unnatural. The series of photos ends abruptly, and the identities of the boys have never been uncovered. Even more unsettling is the fact that their bodies were never found, and what happened to them remains a mystery to this day. The image attached to this story is undoubtedly the most critical part. While the story sets up a compelling mystery, it is the eerie photograph that truly amplifies the fear factor. Chain letters are messages people send to others, often with vague threats of bad luck or harm if the message isn't spread. Think of them like the Smile Dog creepypasta, but in real life. The Teddy chain letter starts ominously. Once you read this chain letter, you cannot get out. Finish reading this until it is done. I am 7 years old. I have no eyes and blood all over my face. I am dead. The letter goes on to describe people who died because they didn't send the chain letter to anyone. 0 people leads to your death. sending it to 1 to 6 people results in injury, sending it to 7 to 11 people causes a big fright, and sending it to 12 or more ensures safety and good fortune. Next up is the Clarissa chain letter, a pretty popular one. It reads, "Warning, this is not a joke. Carry on reading or you will die." The story goes, once there was a little girl called Clarissa. She was 10 years old and lived in a mental hospital because she killed her mom and dad. She got so bad she went on to kill all the staff in the hospital. So the government decided that the best idea was to get rid of her. The rest of the letter explains how they tried to kill Clarissa humanely, but something went wrong and she died in immense agony. Now she attacks people who do not forward the chain letter. Dollthing.jpg is a haunting image that has circulated on the internet for years, leaving many unsettled by its eerie appearance. Interestingly, this image has crossed paths with many people, particularly because it was featured in a Minecraft horror map, embedding it deeply in the memories of those who encountered it in that context. The origins of this image date back much earlier than its appearance in Minecraft. Around 2006 to 2007, it became associated with a creepypasta called Gurgle and Bugman. However, like many images tied to creepypastas, the true origin of the picture predates its association with any story. Tracing its roots, the image first surfaced around the end of 2004. It originated from a Japanese image board where a thread titled, "This girl is creepy. Do your magic and make her cute," challenged users to edit the image to make it less disturbing. The image quickly became a meme, circulating widely across various platforms. The Man in the Painting is a creepypasta story that was uploaded to the Creepypasta Wiki in 2013. The tale centers around a man who becomes increasingly disturbed by a painting in his possession, particularly because its eyes seem to follow him no matter where he moves. While he's aware of the common optical illusion that causes this effect in paintings, what unnerves him is that this particular painting defies those tricks. It continues to follow him even when it shouldn't. Determined to uncover the truth, the man sets out to find the artist who created the painting. His search leads him to a website where he discovers the name of the artist, El Pinte de Color, or the Painter of Color. The site features several paintings similar to his, all done in a linear perspective style. At the bottom of the page, 2 names are listed, Jose Sanchez and Adamo Baki. Intrigued, the man turns to Google for answers, but oddly, every search for Adamo directs him back to Jose. So he begins his investigation with Jose Sanchez. Jose Sanchez, as the man discovers, has a Wikipedia page that reveals a dark history. He was murdered at the age of 40, stabbed to death. The killer was never identified, though suspicion fell on Adamo. Adamo was tried twice for the crime, but was acquitted both times. A witness claimed to have seen Adamo at the crime scene, at a bar, and on a golf course, adding to the mystery. The story takes a bizarre turn when Adamo himself is murdered. His house is set on fire with him inside. Strangely, the only item that survived the blaze was a painting. During the trial for Adamo's murder, in a surreal twist, Adamo walks into the courtroom and confesses to kill himself. This twist seems intended to be significant, but it ends up feeling more confusing than impactful. The story leaves readers questioning whether the paintings themselves were somehow coming to life and causing the deaths, or if the narrative was simply poorly translated. In the early 90s, the beloved children's show Barney and Friends debuted on PBS, quickly capturing the hearts of preschoolers with its messages about friendship and its colorful cast of characters. Barney, the purple dinosaur, became an enduring pop culture figure, often associated with innocent and joyful childhood memories. However, there's one image circulating online that casts this typically cheerful character in a much more sinister light. The photograph shows a small, smiling child in a red and blue jacket standing on the grass, but in the background, an eerie figure resembling Barney lurks. Unlike the friendly character seen on TV, this Barney has lifeless black eyes, a distorted grin, and an unsettling appearance that has left many viewers deeply disturbed. The image has prompted countless people to scour the internet in search of an explanation for its creepiness. The origins of this unsettling photo can be traced back to a Reddit post from 2016 in the r/creepy subreddit. It was shared by a user named Radioactive with the caption, "A creepy photo of my friend when he was young." The user linked to an Imager page, explaining that their friend had found the photo while looking through old childhood pictures. The image appears to have been taken from a photo album. Despite numerous comments on the post discussing the unnerving nature of the image, the original poster never provided further details. They mentioned that their friend was at work and that they'd try to get more information, but no updates ever followed. As a result, the true story behind the creepy Barney figure remains unknown. Some speculate that it might have been a poorly made costume for a birthday party or another event. "Mommy, can I stay in your room tonight? The walls won't stop staring at me. I rolled out of bed. There's nothing in your room, sweetie. Go back to sleep. But they won't stop staring at me." Sighing, I took Will by the hand and led him back to his room. "Walls can't see, Will. They don't have eyes." "Mine do," he insisted. "They do, and they keep looking at me." As we crossed into his room, I settled him back on his bed. The walls were lined with pictures of family members, past and present. "See, look," Will said, pointing at one particular picture across from his bed. It was a large portrait of his great-great-grandmother, long deceased. The way the photograph was taken made it seem like her eyes followed you, always staring at whatever was in front of the picture. Right now, that was Will's bed. "That's just an old picture," I reassured him. "It only looks like she's staring." "Can you take it down, please?" he pleaded. I sighed again. "Sure." As I reached up to take down the portrait, her eyes seemed to lock with mine. The painting is a creepypasta story that was uploaded to creepypasta.com in 2012. The story revolves around a young artist named Lisa who has been tormented by disturbing dreams throughout her life. One recurring nightmare in particular haunted her, a dark hallway and a malevolent clown chasing her down. The terror from these dreams left Lisa exhausted, fearful of falling asleep. After countless nights of broken sleep, Lisa would often wake up screaming, unable to escape the horror of her nightmares. Her friends and family, concerned for her well-being, urged her to seek professional help. Eventually, Lisa agreed and made an appointment with a therapist. During the session, her therapist suggested a method to confront her fears. She should paint her dreams. The therapist explained that by facing her fears head-on, she could strip them of their power. Though skeptical, Lisa was desperate for relief and willing to try anything. That night, Lisa began to paint her nightmares. Her first attempt didn't satisfy her. Something felt off. She kept working on it late into the night before finally deciding to get some sleep. To her surprise, Lisa fell into a deep, peaceful sleep for the first time in years. The next morning, Lisa woke up feeling rested but wary, thinking it was just a fluke. She went about her day, brushing her teeth and making coffee before returning to the painting. But something still wasn't right. It was the eyes. She hadn't captured them properly. In her dreams, the clown's eyes were the most vivid and terrifying part, yet she struggled to translate them onto the canvas. For months, Lisa worked tirelessly on the painting, staying up late each night trying to perfect the clown's eyes. As the painting progressed, she noticed that her sleep was improving. The better the eyes looked, the more restful her nights became. Finally, after months of effort, Lisa succeeded in making the clown's eyes as hateful and disturbing as they appeared in her nightmares. But as she completed the final brushstroke, something unimaginable happened. The clown in her painting began to emerge from the canvas. Horrified, Lisa screamed and tried to escape, but she tripped over some paint buckets. The last thing she saw was the clown standing over her, holding a knife, just like the one in her dreams. When the police arrived at the scene, they found Lisa's lifeless body. The only clue left behind was the painting she had been working on. According to the police chief, the painting depicted nothing more than a dark, empty hallway. The Wanderer is a creepypasta story that was posted on the Creepypasta Wiki in 2010. Written like an old urban legend, the tale revolves around a mysterious and disturbing image that brings tragedy to those who view it. The story follows one such case involving a girl named Jane, whose life took a dark turn in the 1990s after she encountered this unsettling image on a news group. The image in question depicts an empty road flanked by trees, with a faint, ghostly figure of a woman standing in the middle of the road. The figure, known as the Wanderer, is so translucent that her legs are only visible due to light reflecting off the camera's angle. Whether the light comes from headlights or a flashlight, the sight of this eerie figure, with her spider-like arms, is deeply unsettling. The Wanderer was first reported in 1996 by Jane, a college student, who came across the image during a visit with her family. The image was posted on an internet board with the caption, "Do you see me?" Reactions to the image varied. Some people felt sick just looking at it, while others brushed it off as a joke. However, Jane's reaction was far more severe. According to her family, Jane began having terrifying nightmares. She claimed that she would see the Wanderer outside her window, sometimes gliding across the grass, other times just standing there, watching. These visions paralyzed her with fear, and even when she closed her eyes, the image of the Wanderer remained burned into her mind. Her family tried to reassure her that it was all just a figment of her imagination, but Jane was convinced that the Wanderer was real, that it was following her, that it knew her. As Jane's mental state deteriorated, her family grew increasingly worried. She became desperate to avoid sleep, terrified of the nightmares that awaited her. At first, she tried to stay awake by drinking excessive amounts of caffeine and keeping herself active, but soon, her efforts escalated to more extreme and harmful measures, causing even greater concern for her well-being. One day, Jane's mother, noticing the alarming change in her daughter, decided to check on her. After receiving no response to her knocks, she opened Jane's bedroom door to a horrifying sight. Jane had taken her own life, her throat slit, with a note beside her that read, "It won't get me now." The story of the Wanderer is short but impactful, enhanced by the haunting image that accompanies it. The 1983 birthday clown is a chilling image that has haunted the internet for years, often with the claim that it depicts a clown from a 1983 birthday party. However, this isn't a real person or even from a party at all. The figure is actually an animatronic, similar to those old fortune teller machines. This eerie animatronic was created by Aaron Fechter, known for his work with creative engineering, and it originally served as a greeter and information booth at the 1983 IAAPA, International Association of Amusement Parks and Attractions Convention. The clown, dressed in a brightly colored outfit and wig crafted by Creative Engineering's costume department, had 6 movements and sat in a booth resembling a carousel, though it had no legs. The booth had 4 white bars and a colorful circular top, which still exist today, though they've been dismantled and stored. The animatronic's unsettling appearance has made it infamous online. It now resides in the basement of Creative Engineering, but its original name and the audio from its show tape remain mysteries. In 2021, footage of the clown at the IAAPA convention surfaced, but it wasn't activated and could only be seen from a distance. Have You Seen This Painting of a Hallway is a chilling tale from the No Sleep subreddit, originally posted by W. Dolphin in 2015. The story unfolds in 2 parts, following a man who receives an eerie painting from his father. The father bought it at an auction, thinking his son might like it, and without much thought, the man hangs it in his office. The painting is simple enough, a hallway with 6 doors and a path leading deeper into what seems to be a house. Things take a turn when the narrator has some friends over and they head into his office to watch videos on his computer. One of his friends, Mark, pauses to examine the painting, commenting that it gives him a creepy feeling. The narrator, on the other hand, finds it oddly mesmerizing. As they both look at the painting, the narrator notices something he hadn't seen before. A faint light at the end of the hallway, casting a subtle shadow. It strikes him as strange, but he dismisses it, thinking it's just a small detail he hadn't noticed. A few days later, while working in his office, the narrator glances at the painting again and is startled to find a new door has appeared. There are now 7. The painting's proportions hadn't changed. The 7th door seemed to belong there naturally. Disturbed, he tries to explain the changes to his wife, but she doesn't believe him, assuming he's imagining things. Determined to figure out what's going on, the narrator starts monitoring the painting closely, even taking photos at his friend Mark's suggestion. For a while, nothing happens. Then one day, he notices something terrifying. A vague, humanoid shape has appeared in the painting, staring directly at him. This frightens him so much that he decides to get rid of the painting, placing it by the trash to be taken out in the morning. With the painting gone, he feels some relief, until he remembers the photo he took. Curious, he opens the image on his computer and is horrified to see that the figure in the painting has moved. Its arms are now raised as if reaching out. He sends the image to Mark, but when Mark tries to view it, he tells the narrator the file is corrupted and can't be opened. The figure in the painting continues to move closer in each new photo, and something else catches the narrator's eye. One of the doors in the painting is now open, revealing a lion's stuffed animal inside. This detail shocks him because it hadn't dawned on him before. His daughter has the exact same stuffed animal. Panicked, he checks on his daughter, finding the lion's stuffed animal on her floor near the closet. He quietly shuts her closet door, moves the dresser in front of it, and hands her the toy before putting her to bed. When he checks the painting again, the door is closed and the lion is no longer visible. The paranoia starts to consume him, leading to arguments with his wife. Eventually, she decides to stay with her parents for a while, hoping some distance will help. The man also considers taking a break, but he feels tethered to the painting, unable to escape its grip. After his wife and daughter leave, he receives an email from Mark, urging him to look at the painting again. The attached picture shows a new, 8th door, this one with his wife and daughter walking into it. The creature is lurking just behind them. Frantic, the narrator tries to call his wife, but when she answers, she's unaware of the danger and is just about to take their daughter to the hotel pool. Later that night, the narrator receives a devastating phone call from the police. His wife and daughter were found dead in the hotel pool, a tragic accident. But he knows better. The painting had foretold their doom. Realizing what he must do, the narrator heads towards the closet, ready to confront the creature that has haunted him. While the story is strong on its own, the lack of an accompanying image leaves the reader's imagination to fill in the terrifying blanks. Teeth.jpg. The story begins with the narrator, an art student, explaining that they attend college with 3 friends and roommates, Josh, Lily, and Daniel. The narrator briefly describes each friend's artistic interests, but singles out Daniel as particularly odd. Daniel, a fine artist, is not only weird, but also has a bit of a snobby attitude about his work. After returning from summer vacation, the friends gather to catch up. While everyone else had a typical break, Daniel's summer stands out. He spent most of it at the hospital with his doctor father, developing a strange fascination with touching teeth. The group finds this unsettling, but brushes it off as just another quirk of Daniel's. As time passes, Daniel's behavior grows more distant and rude, and he begins to isolate himself. One night, the narrator and Josh plan a night out and invite both Daniel and Lily. Lily agrees to try and get Daniel to join them, but tells the others not to wait for her. After a fun night, the narrator and Josh return to find both Lily and Daniel missing from their rooms. Curious, the narrator knocks on Daniel's door, which unexpectedly swings open, revealing Daniel's laptop on the bed. On the screen, there's an image file titled Teeth.jpg. The next day, Daniel returns, and when he leaves for lectures, the narrator shows Josh the disturbing photo. They decide to show it to Lily as well, but are alarmed to discover she still hasn't returned. In her room, they find her phone with a single unread text that says, "Help me." Worried, they confront Daniel, but the interaction is tense and unproductive. Daniel clearly knows more than he's letting on. Later, the narrator and Josh decide to search through Daniel's satchel, finding a series of unsettling photos of Lily with strange phrases written on the back. They also find a ticket for 2 with an address. The next morning, they follow the lead to a remote, dilapidated building. After some searching, they discover a hidden entrance leading to a cellar. The smell in the cellar is overpowering, and as they venture further, they stumble upon a horrifying scene. Lily is strapped to a medical table, her face grotesquely altered to resemble the image from Teeth.jpg. Her hand is sewn to her face, and her mouth and eyes are filled with black wax, creating an eerie, unnatural appearance. Just as they begin to process what Daniel has done in the name of art, the the door behind them closes. Josh faints from the shock, leaving the narrator trapped and helpless. As they fear for their lives, they suddenly hear Lily choking, adding a final layer of horror to the scene. The clown with an axe is a well-known cursed image that has circulated online for years. It features a towering clown descending into a basement, seemingly about to approach a family with an axe in hand. However, the origins of this eerie photo are not as sinister as they appear. The image is actually a work of art by renowned American photographer Rosalind Fox Solomon, taken in 1977 and titled Halloween. In the original photograph, the clown isn't holding an axe at all, but rather a black stick. Someone later altered the image by adding the axe to heighten its creepiness. Solomon's art often features unsettling elements like masks and dolls, which she uses to convey symbolism and metaphor. In discussing her Halloween photo, Solomon explained that the looming clown might represent a political figure, while the long, bare arm threatens the children, with the parents seemingly disconnected from the scene. Solomon's work is known for its strange and haunting qualities, making it both unsettling and fascinating. Despite the dark alterations made to her photo, the original intent and artistry behind it remain intriguing. Check the Camera. Uploaded to the Creepypasta Wiki in 2011, Check the Camera starts with a familiar haunted house setup, eerie footsteps echoing up the stairs at night, tapping on windows, and the unsettling sound of someone walking through empty rooms. While these disturbances don't particularly bother the narrator, they deeply affect her son. She frequently wakes up to find him sleeping on her floor, terrified by whatever is haunting them. Even her partner, initially skeptical, begins to hear the strange noises, which soon start to drive him mad. The tension escalates when her partner gets scratched by the unseen entity. As the haunting intensifies, it becomes clear that something is seriously wrong. Tragically, her son eventually takes his own life, leaving behind a chilling message. He claims to have captured the creature, and all she needs to do is check the camera. The story concludes with a single, terrifying photograph, the only one on the roll. Next up is SCP-895, an entry from the SCP Foundation that's particularly intriguing due to its unique use of live video feeds. Here's a brief overview. SCP-895 is an ornate oak coffin, recovered by SCP personnel from a mortuary after reports of unusual footage captured by surveillance equipment at the location. Mortuary staff were unable to explain how SCP-895 arrived there or who transported it. When agents attempted to open the coffin, they found it empty. However, anyone observing the live camera feed from the scene experienced data expunged, a disturbing and potentially dangerous phenomenon that led to severe psychological trauma. SCP-895 disrupts video and photographic surveillance equipment within a 50-meter radius, causing vivid, disturbing hallucinations on the footage. The closer the camera is to SCP-895, the more intense the disruptions become. Interestingly, these effects do not extend to people physically present in the area. Only those viewing the live feed are affected. Red Mist, also known as Squidward's Suicide, is a classic creepypasta that emerged in 2010. The story revolves around an alleged lost episode of SpongeBob SquarePants, where Squidward performs disastrously at a concert and later, in a deeply disturbing turn of events, takes his own life. The tale became infamous not just for its unsettling narrative but also for the eerie image that accompanied it, a haunting portrayal of Squidward with red, soulless eyes. The origins of this image have been a topic of much debate, but they aren't fully known. However, there are some strong leads. The image of Squidward used in the Red Mist creepypasta has been traced back to a particular photo of Squidward that, when compared, matches perfectly with the Red Mist version. Despite some skeptics pointing out minor differences, like the absence of spots on Squidward's head in the Red Mist image, these discrepancies can easily be explained by photo editing. Ashbrook Lane is a creepypasta rooted in the eerie fascination with strange and unsettling images found on Google Maps. The story, posted on the Creepypasta Wiki in 2014, begins with the narrator reminiscing about his childhood home on Ashbrook Lane. While he has vague memories of playing outside and spending time with a neighbor, the most vivid memories are far from innocent. They're the terrifying nightmares that plagued him night after night. In these recurring nightmares, the narrator recalls waking up in the early morning hours, paralyzed by the sense of a menacing presence in his room. He would hear raspy breathing moving from the foot of his bed to his bedside, until the figure of a gaunt man in a lab coat would appear before him, his breath hot on the narrator's face. The man would then grab him with skeletal fingers, drag him out of bed, and haul him toward a mysterious room hidden behind a wall, the rest of the ordeal blurred in his memory. Each time, he would wake up in his parents' bed, dismissed as a sleepwalker by his worried parents. The nightmares became a nightly occurrence, each more violent than the last. The man would use a scalpel to inflict pain, sometimes even biting the narrator's fingers. His greatest fear was being taken into the hidden room and never being found again. These horrifying episodes continued until his family eventually moved, bringing an end to the nightmares. Years later, as an adult, the narrator revisits these memories and decides to confront his past. When he asks his parents about the house, his mother reveals that she too experienced strange occurrences, visions of dead bodies, walls splattered with blood, and the sound of crying when no one else was around. His father, however, was reluctant to discuss it. Curiosity gets the better of him, and he returns to Ashbrook Lane. A woman named Andre gives him a tour of the house, but he feels uneasy, especially when they reach the area where the hidden room used to be. When he questions her about what was behind the wall, she tries to dismiss his concerns with a fabricated story. Realizing he knows more than she thought, she agrees to tell him the truth, just not in the house. Over coffee, she reveals the dark history of the house. In 1953, Dr. Henry Fenton, his wife Mary, and their teenage son Raymond moved into the house. After Mary's tragic death from a fall down the stairs, Henry became consumed by his work, neglecting his son. Raymond, distraught and neglected, fell into a downward spiral of drugs and alcohol. One night, a drunk and enraged Henry mistook Raymond for an intruder and fatally stabbed him with a scalpel. Realizing his mistake too late, Henry tried to save his son, but Raymond died in his arms. Devastated by his actions, Henry took his own life, slashing his wrists and bleeding out beside his son. The narrator, now understanding the source of his childhood nightmares, decides to look up the house on Google Maps. To his horror, in the reflection of the door, he sees the familiar face of the man from his nightmares, the very face that haunted him as a child. The Buildings on Moore Lane is a creepypasta that was uploaded to the Creepypasta Wiki in 2019 by the user DavidBlack123. It recounts the unsettling experiences of the author, whom we'll refer to as David, as he explores a set of eerie, abandoned buildings near his home. The story is straightforward yet effective, blending urban exploration with a touch of the supernatural. David begins by describing the location. The abandoned site is surrounded by 4 streets: Victoria Street, Sizer Street, Ashmore Street, and the main road, Moore Lane. The area consists of 3 derelict buildings with a courtyard in between. Though these buildings are often used as a drug den, David is convinced that something far more sinister is lurking within. His first chilling experience occurs in the middle, 2-story building with broken windows. As he steps inside, David finds evidence of drug use, but sees no one. Despite being sure he's alone, he suddenly hears footsteps approaching. Instinctively, he bolts from the building. Once outside, he pauses to catch his breath, only to realize that the footsteps have followed him. Whoever or whatever it was seemed to have pursued him outside. David runs again, not stopping until he reaches the safety of an enclosed space. Undeterred, David returns to the site a few weeks later for more urban exploration. This time, he enters the second building. After providing a brief history of the structure and explaining how it has fallen into disrepair, he makes his way to the top floor. It's there that he hears the same ominous footsteps from before, but this time they're accompanied by a haunting, moaning sound, like the mournful cry of a creature lamenting death itself. Terrified, David sprints out of the building, never looking back. Fortunately, he never catches a glimpse of the entity that produced those sounds, nor does it seem to notice him. David concludes by mentioning that the buildings have since been blocked off, but for those daring enough, it's still possible to climb over the wall using a trash can pictured in one of the images he provides. Cursed images. A cursed image is meant to unsettle, upset, or disturb the viewer. These images are considered a form of visual creepypasta and spread quickly. An album was uploaded to the Creepypasta Wiki in 2018 by the author Hopeless Night Owl. The creepypasta is rather short, so we'll be going through it together. Whenever we visit my grandpa's house, I always look at the old photo albums. I've been doing it since I was 11. I'm 15 now. I always find them strangely intriguing. My whole family history contained within these archives. There are wedding albums, vacation albums, holiday albums, all kinds of albums. I especially like seeing what my aunts and uncles looked like before I was born. My favorite ones, however, are the ones that date back even further, like the ones that contain my grandpa's old army photos and the ones from when he was a kid. I have always been a history buff, but my favorite one of all is the oldest. This one has pictures from the 1870s all the way up until the 1890s. Photography for special occasions was obviously a lot more formal back then. In every photo, the subject is dressed in his or her Sunday best. The subject is almost always alone. He or she is always sitting, and they generally look very uncomfortable. People in these photos often look blank and expressionless. One of them is a teenage girl with a missing arm. Back in the 19th century, I guess they weren't allowed to smile for photos. They all have this blank look on their faces. All the makeup doesn't help either. It makes them look rather pale. Another thing I noticed is that, as far as I can tell, no subject ever appears twice in the album. On July 10th, 2020, a Reddit user named GrizzlyPanda5 posted an eerie image that quickly caught the attention of many, sparking a wave of online curiosity. The photograph shows two children looking down from a window, a girl with a sweet smile and a boy with a blank, emotionless stare. But what truly unsettles viewers is the dark silhouette of a woman standing behind them. Her entire body is shrouded in shadow, with only her eyes eerily visible, staring off into the distance. Something about the lighting in the image feels off. Even though the woman is positioned close to the window, where light should reveal her features, she remains just a shadow with glowing eyes. The image actually comes from a scene in a Japanese short film titled Only the Two of Us, released in 2005 as a spin-off to the original Tales of Terror from Tokyo series. The film follows a high school tutor and her student as they encounter a series of terrifying paranormal events. In the scene from which this image was taken, a girl walks past an apartment complex and waves to the children at the window. Moments later, the mysterious shadowy figure appears behind them. However, the unsettling eyes seen in the Reddit post were not part of the original film scene. They were most likely added by the Reddit user to heighten the image's creepy factor. SCP-2808 is a really interesting concept for an SCP. Descriptions of SCP-2808 itself are incomprehensible in the context of official documentation. A similar effect occurs with visual representations. Any action taken regarding SCP-2808 in the course of an individual's position in a bureaucratic structure results in the immediate alteration of that position to beautifier, which entails the often violent subversion of standard operating procedure with a goal of producing aesthetically appealing artworks. The subject's original position and job responsibilities are impossible to fill or carry out, as attempts result in overwhelming visual hallucinations of abstract patterns. The reason I'm talking about this SCP isn't because of its effects, but because of the image attached to the SCP's page. The image changes every time you refresh the page. The changes aren't that creepy, but they play well into what the SCP is supposed to do: give you abstract hallucinations. Do You See It Too is a creepypasta shared by a user named Huawei on the Creepypasta Wiki in 2022. This relatively new story centers around an enigmatic image that demands a closer look to reveal its secrets. The narrator begins by describing how they discovered the photo, noting that despite its ordinary appearance, it had garnered numerous views, but almost no comments. The original poster claimed the image was empty, but the top comment intriguingly suggested otherwise, saying, "Yes, there is, you just haven't seen it yet," without any further explanation. Curious, the narrator sends the image to their friend Dylan, who is known for getting engrossed in such puzzles. At first, Dylan's intense focus on the photo is amusing, but it quickly turns concerning. Dylan becomes obsessed, locking himself in his room to scrutinize the picture. The narrator, worried but needing rest for work the next day, leaves him alone. The next morning, the narrator cooks breakfast, hoping the aroma will lure Dylan out, but he hears nothing. Approaching Dylan's room, he hears a muffled command to go away. The narrator, torn between concern and his work obligations, leaves for his job. Upon returning home, he finds all the sinks running. When he turns them off, Dylan rushes out to turn them back on, explaining that the noise helps him concentrate before retreating back to his room. Feeling unsafe, the narrator spends the night at his girlfriend's place. Early the next morning, he receives multiple messages from Dylan, each claiming he had discovered the image's secret. Despite his apprehensions, the narrator returns to their apartment, calling out for Dylan without any response. He finds Dylan's computer on with the image displayed, but Dylan is nowhere to be seen. Glancing at the screen, the narrator believes he catches a glimpse of his friend within the photo. Here's the image. Do you see anything? Look closely, it's there. The expired film pack is a creepypasta uploaded to the Creepypasta wiki in July 2013 by a user named Zohan Valentine. This short story revolves around the eerie experience of using expired film with a Polaroid camera. The narrator starts by expressing a fondness for instant cameras, noting their unique ability to capture memories unlike any other medium. Excitedly, they purchased a Polaroid impulse camera, despite the high cost of film. They managed to buy some film from the Impossible Project, known for producing reliable film for vintage cameras, as well as an expired twin pack from eBay. Initially, the Impossible Project film worked flawlessly, and the narrator quickly used up an entire pack. When it came time to use the expired film, they decided to take a picture of their mom on her day off. To their surprise, the photo developed perfectly, showing no signs of damage or defects. Carefully, the narrator stored the film back in its box and went outside for the rest of the day. Returning home at dusk, they decided to check on the photo again, only to be horrified by what they saw. The image had transformed into a gruesome scene. Their mother's face was mutilated, with her left hand clutching torn skin. Her legs appeared battered, with bone showing through, and her shirt was ripped, exposing organs that seemed to be spilling out. Shocked and unable to comprehend how the innocent photo had become so distorted, the narrator broke down in tears and tore the photo in half. Their mother never inquired about the photo, even when she saw the narrator crying, and they have no intention of telling her what happened. Now left with 9 more films from the expired pack, the narrator is too terrified to take another picture and has sworn off buying expired film ever again. Has anyone else used Expression Captioner? It's that interactive meme site that uses your webcam to take pictures and adds captions based on your facial expressions. My girlfriend and I tried it out recently, and were impressed by how accurately the software detected our expressions and generated fitting captions. One evening, while home alone and bored, I decided to revisit the site to see what other funny captions it could produce. Initially, it was the same as before, capturing still frames of my face every 5 seconds and generating captions. Just when I was about to call it quits and grab some food, the page refreshed and a new button appeared, Live Caption. Curious, I clicked it, my webcam light turned on, and my face appeared on the screen. This mode captured images continuously without needing to click a button. After a few minutes of this, I got bored, closed my laptop, and headed out for a burger. The next morning at work, I opened my laptop to find the site still running. As soon as the Wi-Fi connected, the live captioning resumed. It detected my tired state, and the first picture's caption read, "Needs better pillow, beard not fluffy enough." In my groggy state, I found it amusing and left it running while I worked. An hour later, I remembered the site and checked the picture pool. At first, the captions matched my expressions, albeit in a humorous way, but the more recent ones were unsettlingly off. They no longer aligned with my facial expressions. Instead, they seemed almost ominous and strange. Disturbed, I saved the images online in case they disappeared. Feeling uneasy, I tried to contact the site administrator to commend the intriguing concept. However, clicking the contact button resulted in an error. I attempted to access the site again, but was met with "name not resolved" messages. Even on my work computer, I couldn't reach the site. It was as if it never existed. Yet, my browser history was filled with visits to the site. I'm not usually superstitious, but this experience left me feeling unsettled. The flooded hallway image is one that many people mistakenly associate with the eerie liminal spaces of the pool rooms, which are digital creations by artist Jared Pike. However, unlike those fictional settings, this photo is very real. It was taken at the Hamamatsu subway station in Japan after it was flooded by a tropical storm named Io. The image captures the surreal and unsettling sight of a hallway submerged in water, giving it an otherworldly appearance that has led many to assume it was just another digitally altered piece of art. The painting in the mirror is a creepypasta uploaded to creepypasta.com in 2014, written by Thomas Siricki. It follows an unnamed narrator dealing with the strange occurrences in his new apartment. The story begins with the narrator explaining that people will likely dismiss his tale as the ravings of a madman. His hand shakes as he writes, recalling events from 6 months prior when he needed to find a new apartment. The dorms were too expensive, so he and his parents searched for a more affordable place near his school. They eventually found a small studio apartment priced below market value. Despite some initial reservations, they decided to rent it. Instead of meeting a landlord, they encountered a scrawny courier who handed them an envelope with the lease. If they liked the place, they could sign and mail back the lease. If not, they could return the key. This seemed suspicious, but the narrator had no better options. Against his parents' better judgment, he signed the lease. The apartment came with minimal furniture, except for a mirror hanging opposite the bed. It seemed odd for someone to leave a mirror behind, but the narrator didn't think much of it. However, every time he looked into the mirror, he saw a painting reflected in it, which made him uneasy. He even swore he saw something moving within the painting on his first night. A week later, as school was about to start, the narrator returned from a run and noticed movement in the mirror again. This time, he saw a tall, lopsided creature with ashen skin and long, wiggly limbs moving disjointedly. The figure seemed to be getting closer through the mirror, leaving him terrified and unable to look away. The narrator blacked out and woke up later, feeling groggy and disoriented. He discovered he'd been asleep for a whole week. His phone was dead, his food had spoiled, and he had missed several calls from his worried mother. After reassuring her, he began to question his mental well-being and sought help from a therapist provided by his school. During one session, the therapist suggested he take down the painting if it bothered him so much, which was the first time the narrator considered this option. That night, while tossing and turning, he caught his reflection in the mirror and glanced at the painting again. He realized he had never actually looked at the wall behind him to see if the painting was there. When he finally did, the wall was blank. The painting only existed in the mirror. As he looked back at the mirror, the creature reappeared and started shambling towards him. He couldn't move, paralyzed with fear. The creature eventually reached through the mirror, dug its claw into his shoulder, and began pulling him into the painting. The world inside the painting was dark and spectral, filled with faces screaming in agony, yet unaware of his presence. The story concludes with the narrator now living in a mental facility, haunted by the trauma of that night. He is not allowed near mirrors or paintings, which is for the best. Writing the story was his attempt to prove his sanity, though he ultimately wonders if an afterlife is better than the hellish world inside the painting. SCP-1875 is a particularly dangerous and disturbing entity known as a Victorian-era chess automaton, consisting of 4 parts, SCP-1875-1 through SCP-1875-4. SCP-1875-1 is further divided into SCP-1875-1A and SCP-1875-1B. This machine is a chessboard made from metal cast in the 1800s and uses chess pieces crafted from human bone. The automaton operates through a combination of electromagnets and the brain tissue of 2 twin chess prodigies, creating a disturbing blend of mechanical and biological components. The chessboard itself is eerie and has 5 automation settings, likely corresponding to different difficulty levels. SCP-1875 has been calibrated to possess an incredibly high ELO rating, a measure of chess skill, which has only been tested by researchers with extensive chess knowledge. After the ELO settings were tested, an unsettling email was sent to everyone involved with SCP-1875. This email contained a morphed image purportedly of the twin sisters used in the automaton. The image attached to the email has varying effects on individuals based on their exposure time. Immediate exposure, mild anxiety. 15 minutes, headache and elevated body temperature. 2 hours, restlessness, insomnia, and auditory hallucinations often described as childlike laughter. 4 hours, visual hallucinations and intense anxiety. 7 hours, the subject remains conscious but becomes increasingly unresponsive to external stimuli. 11 hours, a brief period of lucidity where the subject demands immediate access to a computer to view SCP-1875 Image 1AB. 12 hours, self-mutilation begins. 14 hours, effects are redacted. The image is deeply disturbing, reminiscent of early internet horror imagery, with its distorted but vaguely human appearance designed to unsettle viewers. The psychological impact of viewing this image is profound, especially after prolonged exposure. The exact nature of the effects after 14 hours remains unknown due to redaction, but they are implied to be severe and potentially fatal. Marina Mordegard Glasgorf is a classic-era creepypasta that gained significant popularity, being covered by various creepypasta channels and appearing on many top creepypasta lists. The story, despite its brevity, had a lasting impact on early internet horror culture. Let's delve into it together. The narrative revolves around a supposed video on YouTube named Marina Mordegard Glasgorf. Searching for this video yields no results, and the few times anything does appear, it's a short 20-second clip. In this brief segment, a man stares expressionlessly at the camera, then grins during the last 2 seconds. The background remains undefined, adding to the unsettling nature of the footage. However, this 20-second clip is only a fraction of the full video, which supposedly lasts 2 minutes. The entire video was removed by YouTube after it led to a series of horrifying events. According to the story, 153 people who watched the full video gouged out their eyes and mailed them to YouTube's main office in San Bruno, California. These individuals also committed suicide in various ways, leaving behind cryptic inscriptions carved on their forearms, which remain undeciphered. It is unclear how they managed to mail their eyes after gouging them out. YouTube occasionally uploads the first 20 seconds of the video to prevent people from seeking out and re-uploading the full version. The video was viewed in its entirety by a single YouTube staff member who started screaming 45 seconds in and is now under constant sedation, unable to recall what he saw. Others present in the room only heard a high-pitched drilling sound and did not dare to look at the screen. The uploader of the video was never found, and their IP address was non-existent. Additionally, the man in the video remains unidentified. This next image is a disturbing and uncanny image that features a naked humanoid figure with an unsettling twist. The head of the figure appears to have been replaced, giving the image an eerie, unnatural quality. If you've been active on the internet for a while, you might recognize this image, as it has been circulating online for nearly 2 decades. One of the earliest known appearances of this image was in a YouTube video uploaded 16 years ago, titled in a way that roughly translates to N.NN, temporary broadcast. Video itself is deeply unsettling, beginning with 3 minutes of seemingly random names and numbers. Around the 3:14 mark, text appears on the screen that reads, "These are tomorrow's victims," followed by an image of a hallway and one of the first appearances of the infamous Jeff the Killer. This suggests that the creepy image in question, like Jeff the Killer, was likely sourced from somewhere else and inserted into the video. The mystery persisted until a Redditor stumbled upon a blog post from 2006 on a site called Black Hole Reviews. The blog was reviewing a Japanese horror movie titled Ju-on, The Curse. Among the still frames from the movie included in the blog post was a particular frame that looked strikingly familiar. It matched the body of the figure in the uncanny image, minus the altered head. It seems likely that someone took this still frame from Ju-on, The Curse, replaced the head with another image, and then circulated it online. The head itself is believed to have been taken from a Japanese child robot, which has its own unsettling appearance. Whether in its original or edited form, this image has successfully unnerved countless viewers, making it a memorable and creepy part of internet lore. The story revolves around an unsettling image of a shack in the woods. It begins with the narrator recounting events that started when he was 15 years old. He and his cousin discovered an old, abandoned shack in the woods near their home. Since they lived in a largely wooded area with little else to do, exploring the woods was their primary source of entertainment. One summer afternoon, they decided to finally investigate the shack. When they arrived, they found the door wouldn't open. While the narrator examined a window, his cousin managed to force the door open with a loud cracking noise. Inside, the shack was filthy and the walls were boarded up. While exploring, they discovered a sheet of metal on the ground that seemed out of place. When they moved it, they uncovered a hidden staircase leading down into darkness. Using an iPod for light, they descended the staircase and found a small room with a bed, suggesting someone had been living there. As they looked around, they found a collection of photographs. To their horror, the photos were of the narrator, dating back to when he was 10 years old, and continuing up to their recent discovery of the shack. As they examined the photos, the light from the iPod went out, and they heard the sound of footsteps behind them. The narrator woke up outside the forest, immediately running home, filled with fear and confusion. Once home, he realized he had no idea what had happened to his cousin. Later, his mother informed him that his cousin was missing. The story then jumps to an unspecified time in the future when the narrator receives a package with no return address. Inside the package were a series of photographs. The first photo showed the narrator unconscious in the dark room from before. The next photo depicted his cousin with a severe head injury and blood pooling beneath him. The third photo showed the narrator's current house, taken just 30 minutes before the package was delivered. At the bottom of the box was a note that read, "I'm coming." As the narrator read the note, he heard the sound of a camera clicking from his open window. If you've delved into the horror corners of the internet, you've likely come across the name Trevor Henderson. He's an artist known for crafting some of the most unsettling art online. You might recognize some of his more famous creations like Cartoon Cat, Bridge Worm, Long Horse, or Siren Head. While these are among his most well-known pieces, Henderson has designed many other fascinating and disturbing cryptids. Siren Head, in particular, gained immense popularity, similar to how Slenderman did. The eerie creature went viral, spreading across nearly every part of the internet. However, Henderson's other creations are equally intriguing and impressive. The Visitors is a creepypasta written by Culpic and posted to the Creepypasta Wiki in 2021 for a contest. The story centers on a character named Hannah who visits her old school in a town called Ripley, accompanied by her husband Alex. The narrative begins with Hannah and Alex taking a detour to Ripley, where Hannah wants to tour her old elementary school. They call Frank the custodian to let them inside. Frank engages Alex in conversation while Hannah explores the school. As Hannah roams the darkened building, she experiences flashbacks to her childhood. Her school had participated in an experimental teaching program involving robotic teachers who resembled students with their small stature and large eyes. Human teachers monitored these robots during lessons, and the experiment was initially deemed a success, with significant improvements in test scores for all 50 participating students. However, the experiment was cut short after a disturbing image of the robotic teachers appeared in the local newspaper, unsettling the community and prompting parents to withdraw their children from the program. Following the school's closure, the 50 students, including Hannah, were inexplicably drawn to break into the building and take a souvenir. Years later, as Hannah explores the now-abandoned school, she sees a figure moving in the shadows. It is one of the robotic teachers, number 8, which addresses her by name and asks for her student module. Despite the robot's limited communication capabilities, Hannah perceives a sense of fatigue in its movements. She gives it her student module and it joins the other robots in the positions they had assumed in the unsettling newspaper image, finally shutting down. Hannah returns to Frank and leaves with Alex, noticing a plume of smoke coming from the school as they drive away. Images with tragic backstories are a frequent subject for listicles covered by many YouTubers and news outlets. The concept is straightforward. Examine an ordinary photo that appears happy or normal at first glance, but has a much darker story behind it. For instance, consider this image of a father and daughter in Omagh, Northern Ireland. This photo was taken just before the Omagh car bombs in 1998. Tragically, the person who took this photo did not survive, although the father and daughter were fortunate to escape. There are countless photos taken either just before a tragedy or involving someone who had committed a crime prior to the image being captured. One such photo shows what seems to be a father and his daughter posing for picture day. However, the grim reality is that it's actually a photo of Franklin Delano Floyd, who had kidnapped his stepdaughter Suzanne Marie Savakis. This story has many layers and is even the subject of a documentary detailing the events. These examples illustrate that while a photo may capture a moment, it's the hidden stories behind these images that truly matter. A seemingly innocent photo can in fact be taken right before a horrific event. There was a time on the internet when screamers were all the rage. A screamer is essentially a piece of content, whether a video, image, or artwork, designed specifically to jump scare the viewer. Though the term isn't as widely used today, it was quite prevalent back in the day. One of the most infamous screamers was a Korean webcomic known as the Bongchan Dong Ghost. This comic was shared through URLs across various forums. The link directs you to a webcomic that starts off innocuously, with someone recounting their experience. The story begins by claiming it is based on eyewitness accounts and features a schoolgirl walking home late at night. As she makes her way home, she starts to feel increasingly unsafe. As the story progresses, the tension builds up until you reach a point where you can't scroll anymore. Suddenly, the page starts moving on its own, culminating in a short animation with a screamer sound effect. It's a remarkable piece of internet history that harks back to an era dominated by screamers. The wooden bathtub. This strange and unsettling image depicts a man covered in a mysterious brown liquid while sitting in a wooden bathtub. Over the past few years, the photo has made its rounds on various websites and forums, becoming a staple in the cursed image genre. The picture first appeared on the Dank Memes from Site 19 subreddit, posted by a user named Harry Boy, with the caption, SCP-106 in a docile state within containment. For those unfamiliar, the subreddit is dedicated to memes about the SCP Foundation, a collaborative internet-based fiction project centered on a fictional government agency that secures, contains, and protects the population from anomalous entities, hence the acronym SCP. Originating from 4chan, the SCP Foundation is often seen as an evolved form of the Creepypasta community. It features detailed entries written by users, each depicting a different strange or terrifying creature within the SCP universe. In the SCP lore, SCP-106, also known as the Old Man, is an elderly humanoid with the ability to corrode anything it touches. The creature is often depicted as being covered in a brown, mucus-like substance, which may explain the reference in the original Reddit post. Despite its creepy reputation, the image is likely just a picture of a man undergoing mud therapy at a health center. The unsettling expression on the man's face might be due to image editing, or simply a deliberate attempt by the man or the photographer to create something unsettling or humorous.